Yes?
You look like shit.
Your ruffled face reflects in the man's sunglasses.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
You look like shit, asshole.
Wow. You seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you.
Hey, Miss Presso, how's it going? Yes, we're gonna. I think we're gonna solve it today. We'll see.
Now, what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head, a similar but different face. The suit, the sunglasses, the haircut. He's famous. That's how you know his face. There's something strange. Let's figure it out. Ooh. Something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit. A uniform. The uniform is metaphorical. I'm seeing the working class, right? Leave me here for a second. Level with me here for a second. Are you working class? Fucking politics again. You know what I'm more interested in? No. You solving the case you're on. He takes a quick breath. I'm passionate about that, so maybe get to it? Are you famous or something? Not as famous as you, superstar, he says without the slightest hint of irony. Yeah, it's still irony. It's happening. My hard work is paying off. I'm becoming famous. Oh, yes, you are. And you've worked really hard, haven't you? Jean, he's obviously suffering. The woman stops mid-sentence. The man with sunglasses looks at her, then back at you. Okay, superstar, talk to me. What do you want? You want a pat on the back? Got some questions for you. I'm a cop. About what? You don't look like a cop. He inspects you. You know what you look like? Like Guillaume Le... No! The man in the sunglasses raises his fist. You will not start blabbering about that asshole. Who does this asshole think he is? A cop? Now, will you answer some questions for me? No, he says calmly, then just keeps staring. Why not? Because it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging? If you don't want to answer questions, maybe you want to hear me say things? Actually, I don't want to hear you say things. Come on, Jean. Okay, say things. He adopts a lighter tone. I want to hear you say things. Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say what? Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head. Okay, I'm doing this investigation and it turns out he was shot and hanged. You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting? Hey, why am I telling you this? I don't know. Why are you? He gives you an odd look. Who knows why we do the things we do? Somehow, bouncing those ideas off a man with sunglasses felt calming. Like you've done it before. You know what? You know what? It must be because he's buff. He looks like he works out and he's got the devil on his back. Wow, I am not awake yet. I need more coffee in me now. Have I done any side quests so far? Well, we have confirmed that it's a stereo investigation. I feel like I've done things that aren't the main thing at this point. Yes, this guy I think is absolutely my partner in a wig and sunglasses. Let's talk about the hangman again. Okay, why not? Let's do the whole thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time. Okay, the person who was shot and hanged, he may have been shot by the person who made it look like he was hanged. Cover-up, where the author of the cover-up is the perp. Makes sense. Yeah, but what's the motive? You don't have a motive? Then the double cover-up seems too neat. I don't know. Why are you? Kim, who is this guy? He shakes his head. I'm not getting involved in this. It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in the sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them. Okay, see you around. Watch out for yourself, loser. The woman is an RCM patrol officer uniform, winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
Patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant. Hold on, you're a patrol officer of the RCM?
Yes, I am.
I'm on a murder investigation. Are you the cavalry?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
I'm a cop, too.
Know.
Here's the real deal.
Hell yeah, Kim. Hell yeah. It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere, but if you had to guess, you would say he's being sarcastic. God damn it. Is everything all right? Why don't you want to talk to me?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Have I wronged you? I've done that to a lot of people.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay.
Something changes in her. It's pity. Pity comes over her.
Fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer? What precinct are you from? What precinct? She just sighs. Am I from? God, he doesn't know. Fucking deranged lunatic. The sunglass-wearing man pushes through his teeth. You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong. Are you by chance working class? Well, raising 2 children and half a husband on a patrol officer's wage, yes, I guess I am working class. Cool. I am too. Okay. She's merely agreeing with you to reach the conclusion of this conversation faster. Are you with him? Of course I'm with him. She seems startled. Why do you ask? Is he famous? What? No, he's not. What are you talking about? Actually, never mind. Oh, I don't know where her voice went. Don't tell me about it. It will just turn into another... She stops mid-sentence. Whackathon, shit show, pity party. 5 machine pile on. Wait, is he police? Me? No, I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses. Sunglasses and a fucking wig. What are you, the police, doing here? I'm just looking out for... you. No one! The man looks at her. I'm just a man with sunglasses, and you are a horse-faced woman? No. Oh, God. I mean, that's clearly what I think that she is. I would never. A policewoman. Alright. Okay, so I'm being monitored now by my old partner. Ruby is missing. Okay, we need to talk to Classia again with Kim there in order to arrest her. Yeah.
It's you again. What is it?
Okay, I talked to Classia, now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
He leans back and regards you with curiosity. I have seen her in a laudanum-induced delirium. The paranormal instinct whispers her name into my ear.
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral. Loser? He throws a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lip. The big guy sighs. Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. Just a legalese. You don't even have a sound theory.
He crosses his arms.
I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised how quickly a theory presents itself if you just keep looking. And we are going to look very shittily. With my logic. Oh, actually, we're going to look really well. A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its eerie blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Ho, 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 a massive activity spike in the amygdala corpicum. The part cops use to pin murders on people.
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here all night with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101. She was here all night. The lieutenant ignores the tattooed man. 11:30 to 12:25. She was here during all that time. Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage, there. He points to the karaoke stage. She didn't go to the toilet?
No.
That's a lie. In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you. Nah. You know that's not the case.
Alright, she took a fucking leak, okay, for one moment. Maybe went out too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry.
She points to the intersection. She's a busy girl, always has been. This complex operation is probably something illegal.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc.
He taps on his temple. I've been through this. It's not plausible. Alright, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for some time during the window. This was crucial. Now, let's place her on that roof. You got his attention. Now, don't ruin it by making some weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up. You do agree the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Classia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast, but like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots to know.
He shakes his head.
I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
There's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof. How? He looks curious. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here sometime before the hostel.
What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade.
The old man coughs.
Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Weird how? You're wearing the pinball maker's coat. What do you mean, weird, Theo?
It was run by a fella called, he thinks, Knife Locks or something. Wore a yellow dust coat. Like the one you have on right now.
He squints at you.
Weird guy, never liked him.
It is a very comfortable coat for such an oldie. Okay, but the man looks around. How'd she get up? There's no room for a staircase or an elevator for that matter. The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. From there, the door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside. Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down, all under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. He turns to Eugene. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Shush now. He turns to you. You've got something else to back this route up, or is that it?
Have we firmly established Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot?
Firmly? He shakes his head. Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route, he forms a gun with his hand, does not put a bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt in the shape of a gun.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so this one is nice because it doesn't admit that I've lost my gun. However, I'm pretty sure everyone knows that I've lost my gun. Huh. We'll start with the rifle. There are weapons like this just lying around at Martinez.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. He takes the gun and specs it. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
There's a cellar under the bookshop. It was hidden there with others just like it. 20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. There must be other caches, too.
God damn it, we need to close that dump down for good. Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around.
He shakes his head.
Damn it, I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. It's just these cops digging up shit.
Fuck.
Alright, the local pawn shop sold my lost gun to a woman. Maybe it was her.
You lost your gun?
The blonde man is taken aback, not even laughing.
What an idiot!
The big man leans closer.
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
It was a joke. No, I didn't. Damn it, Shell.
Sure. Take your sorry ass out of here.
That was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on. Whew. Whew. That was close. That was close. I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon. Just that we need to find her. I don't know, cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first? The tattooed man bursts out, laughing at his own joke.
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we?
He gets up from his seat.
Maybe wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3, motive, last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works. It's not why did she kill him. It's why did she organize the cover-up.
And I suppose you have a theory on that?
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus. Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it. The little man squints, eyes beady.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Class, you wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd been first. Time for a logistics logics demonstration. We did start off with the bender to end all benders, but presumably the reason I'm in Martinet is because I was sent to investigate, which means the man was dead before I got here. I think. The other option is I'm just a piece of shit cop stationed here and someone happened to get murdered while I was here. Alright. Ooh, time for a logic demonstration. Oh no. Eugene, let's assume you killed him. He scoffs. Think. You kill him. Get up there, shoot him, get down. Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob, or alone for committing murder? The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss. Which is why she didn't. She would never do that.
I've been playing around with Glenn. I think we finally found him. The blonde man waves his beer around.
Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, Titus looks grim. I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Ooh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her. Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods.
Yeah, I see it. Puts his beer down. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions if you want. I don't know.
He smiles a peculiar smile.
I don't know where she went. She just up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you.
He looks you straight in the eye.
Maybe she was right. By now I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps.
He looks out of the window again.
Ask her if you find her. Won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town, then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you, you.
Me personally?
Yes, you, the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first. No wonder she's afraid. I have come to declare the ending of the human experiment.
Sure, the human experiment. That's real funny. You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply, but
He measures you up.
now I'm not so sure.
What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
Won't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. The tattooed man shakes his head. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. He nods. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence, he nods. Is that true, Kim? Am I a can opener? You are insistent. He nods. Oh, that's funny. That's the most positive thing anyone has said about me since the start of this game. Anything else?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus, this cop, But she was too scared. Scared. You should be, too. A strange fear creeps over you, a metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject.
Do you have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far, we know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot. Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her. Yeah, Al, he gives a sharp look. And we won't either. She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she? Says Glenn in yet another different voice. She's not, Glenn. Have you looked for her? A little on the coast. Where have you looked for her more precisely? More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. He nods southwest. She's not there. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there. Could you tell me where on the coast I should start looking? Sure. There are some shit houses down there, cinder block town. The fisher folk there refuse to unionize, so that's the one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up. We'll start there. The lieutenant takes a quick note. One more question. What does Ruby look like? Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a lorryman. It's not much, but it'll do. It'll have to. He puts his hand out. Oh. I mean, he didn't murder anyone. He's just kind of an asshole. I'll shake his hand. His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material. You should be a cop, Titus. When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? He scoffs. I already am. Just wasn't sure you were. That's a good line. That's a good line. And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks. Then turns back to his man. No, that was like a lawyer. That wasn't Ruby. The lady who was standing here. Oh, actually, I need to go talk to Classia and before we head out. Demonetized. Da-na-na-na-na. All right. Back upstairs. I wonder if, because it's a new day, I wonder if I can get a new batch of borscht. Nope. No, I cannot. Wow, we are... What do I have in it? Alright, I have peptide. And I have smokes. Oh, well, peptide will help in the upcoming conversation. Wait, what was that last thing? What's this? Tape player. Equip this to play tapes. Okay. It's the demonetization trumpets. Yeah. On YouTube, that trumpet riff in particular is the thing that gets copyright striked. Not striked, but claimed. Can I show my done tasks? Yes. Yes, I can. Let me get on the roof and then I'll pull it up. All right. Here's what we have finished. So far, we have interviewed the cafeteria manager, inspected the victim's body, reported my badge missing, had Kim tell us about the case, figured out who made the call, paid for our damages, found our other shoe, got the body down, opened the trash container, investigated the doomed commercial area, tracked down my gun. Sort of. We actually haven't tracked down my gun all the way. Because I don't have my gun. How did we get the body down?
we roundhouse kicked Measurehead, and we made him come take it down. That's how we got the body down. We did not find out who is in. Oh yeah, we did. They showed up. It's the Hardy Boys. Explored the secret passages, found booze and drank it, found my paperwork, read my ledger, read the watermarks, talked to Gart for Sylvie. We found money to pay Gart. We debriefed with Kim, and we smoked a cigarette. We found Speed. We drank the special borscht. We talked to Everart. We performed a field autopsy. We interviewed the Wild Pines rep. We put the victim's body in a refrigerator. We found Pyrolidon, and it helped a lot. We interrogated the vigilantes, the Hardy Boys. We proved our authority without murdering ourselves, which is that murdering yourself? I guess that's one way to look at it. We spoke to the assault victim. We asked the tank player about Maybells. We asked Classia about Sunday night. We told Gart the hostel is doomed. We listened to the tape that the Hardy Boys gave us. We got the whole story from Titus, and we had him give up Ruby's location.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Yes, very nice. Can you tell me more about Lely, the hanged man? My partner needs to hear this. Lely? The lieutenant takes out his notebook. That was his name? As I already told your partner, I didn't actually know his name. I just called him Lely. It's short for Lelystad, where he came from. It was his army name. Classia. Yes, he said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but he never gave it up, no matter how hard I tried. Lelystad, that's a good start. The lieutenant writes it down in his notebook, then tears out a page and hands it to you. We have a few questions you can help us with, a few things a field autopsy alone can't answer. The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh. How old was he? He was 42. 42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50. He had many scars that made him appear older, but no, the memory makes her smile. We even celebrated his birthday, like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me. Looks like you were right, officer. The lieutenant taps on his notebook once, as though assigning some kind of point.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
I did not know this was... Oh, better not to mention it. Yep. The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you. She's clearly sensing something. A spike in testosterone levels, perhaps. His eye color? Blue. Light blue. They were like... She stops, her eyes half closed, then continues. Like little blue galaxies, you know? Strange seeing those eyes and his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. She takes a drag. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak. He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth. Yes, severe. She seems to enjoy the word. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Oh, it's clear she was very much attracted to him, and still is.
You found him attractive? Of course. He was the most strangely beautiful man I'd ever been with, and I mean that. She shivers slightly, then adds, and now he's dead. A pity. Oh yes, the lieutenant suddenly remembers. His hair, if you can remember. It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily, not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone. Interesting. I, too, have stroked his hair. Oily, isn't it? She says, unfazed. She draws on her cigarette and lets the smoke linger for a moment in her mouth. We have that in common now. She understands what autopsies entail. It doesn't get her off balance. Let's get to the rest. He had a tattoo. What did it mean? Oh, she smiles. That. It's clear she liked it. He liked it. Quite a lot, yes. What did it represent, do you know? It was a map of his life and the places he visited as a soldier. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How so? How? Imagine him lying in bed, freakish musculature laid out on the sheets, scarred, of course, tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. Is this Oroniesi lit? Yes, this is the very essence of Oroniesi lit. A moment's respite, dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. She leans even further back to demonstrate. He's smoking and drinking, of course, and his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, she points at the air with her sharp-nailed finger, picking out an imaginary tattoo star. What was this, baby? And he says, she lowers her voice comically, that was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that. So she goes, okay, but what is this, baby? And he's like, saw some bad shit there. Killed some loincloths. And so it goes, star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them. You were the woman in this? Oh yeah, she nods. Can you tell us precisely what these mean? Hand her the photo. No, thank you. She does not take it. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them. She pours herself some more coffee. Go on. He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer for money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Semenine Islands, and on other islands too. All the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. Good story, thanks. It is, when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. She smiles faintly. A change of topic. We ordered a toxicology report. Any idea what it will show? A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. She grins. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. Hey, why didn't that... Oh, there it is. Alright, that's better. Izza. Hey.
Hey, already a month since you came back, Poggers.
That's actually wild. I can't believe it's been a month already. Oh my god, I can't believe it's been a month already. Huh. Well, then, let me thank you for being the first resub of the Kyle 2.0 stream stuff experiment. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. 17 months. I mean, thanks for everything. I hope you're having a great day out there, is it? I'm going to be honest, folks. It is really, really hot. It is so very hot in my room. And I think for the sake of the rest of the stream, I think this needs to come off. I think the jacket is just, it's just too much. Oh, look at it. I think it needs to go. Oh, that's better. All right. Oh, you got a promotion today? Well, congratulations. That's fucking awesome, Izza. That's really, really cool. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear it. I hope you celebrate. Have a great dinner. Do something nice for yourself. It might not be a month at this point. I don't think it is a full month. But what if Surely there's a way it could overlap such that you can, because like on Krillin's stream, one day I posted my sub message and then the next day I resubscribed. So it depends when you share your initial message, I think. In any event, doesn't matter. No matter how long I've been back for, I will be back for an entire month and hopefully much longer. And thank you for being here, Izzy. How much does that toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself. It's quite expensive, miss, but we'll manage without your help for now. Where's Lelystad, the place I mean? In Oranje, officer. It's I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there. The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary, cow silos and wheat. You were almost right, officer. The lieutenant shakes his head, like you just missed a shot in darts. That means his race was Occidental, not Mondial. I'll update the form. You were both from Oranje? Yes, we were compatriots. Did that bring you together? No, he was too old for that, and from another part of Oranjuric. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje, it was bad habits. Sex, alcohol, speed, also probably sildenafil. Fine violence. No love for Mother Oranje, but wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing. A military man, but not a patriot. No. He left the national service after they taught him to do what he did on Semenine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. She takes a long drag of her cigarette, then washes it down with coffee. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot. You don't seem like a patriot yourself. She hums. There's nothing on Monday. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together in loathing. I love Revachol, though. She looks around, the wind in her hair. I hope she loves me, too. A column of air encircles her, brushing gently on the metallic silver fabric that covers her shoulders and her long, slender arms. Revachol loves everybody. It didn't love him. The feeling dissipates. The cold passes. The woman's eyes follow yours to the piece of notebook paper. I think we're finished with this line of questioning. All right. The lieutenant puts a slip back and observes the young woman for a moment. Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. You know what? I think maybe we don't arrest her. We could go through and we could get the stuff. It required Kim to be here, but I don't think that's what we need. She's not the person, right? She's not Ruby. Wait, stop. That man blow to beyond all recognition was 42. That's what she said, yes. Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42. Where's this going? How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask. Miss, how old do you think I am? Huh? She leans in closer. How old do I think you are? She's buying time to formulate the best answer. I don't know. As old as time itself? Ageless? 50,000 years old. I don't know. What am I supposed to say? How old is an apocalypse cop? Huh. I'm at least 2 days. I think I'm 45. You're not. He's squinting at you. Sure he is. You know age is just a number. Yes, but for him that number is higher than 45. Wait, this requires scientific measurements. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of the truth. Date of birth generator to the laboratorium. Oh god. Your face looks like it's 58. Your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be. The day and the century. But for how long, then, has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains, Elder One. When and where were you born? Well, I could start thinking about it. And I do kind of care about it, so let's go. Alright. So that's enough talking with her. I'm out of level up points. So now let's go open the water lock and move some things along. Would I consider drinking cold brews? Yeah. Yes, I would. The problem with cold brew is that it's so when I brew coffee, I have to like make it, right? Like I have to boil water, clean out the thing, put the grounds in. There's a process, right? And that process is sort of inconvenient. Which means I don't drink coffee as much as I'd like, because sometimes the amount that I want coffee is less than the amount that I don't want to deal with all that bullshit. However, if I have cold brew in the house, now I have front-loaded all of the bullshit. It's already done. The bullshit's taken care of. So now I can drink coffee whenever I please. It's not inconvenient at all. In fact, it's the easiest thing. Which means my coffee consumption goes way up. And I feel like I'm at a pretty good place right now. So I might get some, but I'm wary. Oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What you if you make any of the effort that is put into cold brew is all right at the start, and then you just have cold brew. You know, you're front loading all of the bullshit so that the bullshit does not get in the way of your coffee drinking. However, I think on some level I need bullshit to be in the way of my coffee drinking. Alright, we've got some folk down here. Pull the lever again. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving. All right, the lieutenant looks across the canal. We can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks. The radio hums with electricity. I just got money. Don't know where I picked it up from. Guess it was like right here on the floor. A breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside. There is. There's money inside. Don't know why. Somewhere here there is a blue thing. Yeah. Ahead, decades-old concrete defenses. Ah. Children play on them now. Banged up fuel canister. A bottle of drained of all its booze, frozen to the ice. This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, empty bottles, all evidence it. Yeah, sure looks like a lot of folks partied here. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain. Hey Kim, looks like we've had a couple of partygoers here. Looks like it. So some kind of theater to them, a circus production by a great clown. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and nods. Hey, let's keep moving, detective. Somehow he doesn't want to dwell on it. A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there in the icy water. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading. This is where the tracks on the plaza were leading. It appears to be so. The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage. Let's investigate. I agree, the lieutenant replies. His eyes never leave the sunken vehicle. We should definitely investigate. You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. Run your hand over the cold metal. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
Rust, moss, and sea life have already claimed it for themselves and initiated a slow decomposition process.
What is the make of this MC? Can I see a logo? The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out. But you do see a monkfish float by. How long has it been here? The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. He leans forward to peek. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday. The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. What should we do? Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. How long will it take for low tide? An hour or two tops. Let's wait. As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. Nothing but the sound of seagulls, high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. Whistle a tune. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher-pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and a sunken car.
The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands.
The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour in hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches? Well, the lieutenant rubs his chin. Historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments. Okay, he's thinking, I can do this. Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? There are no therapeutic benefits to, well, napalm ants, for example, are used in some rites of passage rituals. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass. You think I'll ever find my gun? The lieutenant's expression suddenly turns very serious. God, I hope so. I don't think I'm ever going to find my gun. The world is so big and my gun is so small. Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass. Is that a number on the side? Can you make out the mark now? Detective, I've been able to make out the mark since we first arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri Model 40. He turns to you. It's a simple and rugged machine favored by working men, government offices, he pauses to think. Firefighters, animal control people, you know. Those kinds of people. Squint your eyes and say, is that a number on the side? Yes. 41. What do you think it stands for? I mean, we know, right? We're not dumb at this point. We're putting some things together. This must be Tommy 41, the host of FM 41. Right. The lieutenant is looking at you peculiarly, strangely. Or 41 is the number of a police precinct. Your precinct. A massive pit opens in your stomach and the most terrible feeling comes over you.
You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy and the air tastes sour to breathe. God, Harry. God, Harry, what did you do?
No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry. No. Yes. Your car is in the sea. Face it so we can start dealing with this. No, I mean seriously, it's just a coincidence. The lieutenant shakes his head. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's mine. I drove my car into the sea. I'm afraid yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal. They're not going to take me back after this, are they? People are more valuable than machines. He's trying to cheer you up now. Training a police officer is even more costly.
People, yes, but not you.
I can still fix it. That is very unlikely, the lieutenant replies with a sigh. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. He shakes his head. In a few months there will be nothing but rust. Fuck. Hold on. We're going to take a quick coffee break because the words aren't they aren't flowing quite right just yet. Wait, which voice, Leo? Let's see, which ones have I done? Surely it's Half-Light or, yeah, every once in a while, accidentally a couple of words, and, Half-Light, yeah. The mug has a bunch of math on it. I think it's constants, but it might be equations. No, I think they all look like constants. There's no, like, they're not solving for anything. They're stating truths. Yeah, exactly, Krillin. I don't know what it means, but it sure looks like math. Why waste time? Say lot word when fewer do question for the ages. Question for the ages. Yeah, this is actually the perfect intersection of math for number people and letter people because it's got them all. Letters and numbers. All in the same place. Oh, man. Oh, you know, here's the thing I started watching on my days off. I discovered the Harley Quinn cartoon. Like the new one. And by new, I mean in the last couple of years on the, like, DC streaming service. It's, like, actually good. I've been really enjoying it. I don't know if I talked about this before, but I have been quite enjoying the Harley Quinn cartoon. It's probably more physics and chemistry. Yeah. Yeah, at the upper echelons of those all those fields, it becomes apparent how everything is, you know, if you're dealing with practical sciences and maths and that sort of stuff with, like, real world applications, you have to take all of these disciplines into account, you know, physics and chemistry. God help you if you're a biologist, then it's all of it. It's much cleaner, much neater to be like a theoretical physicist or something like that, dealing with perfect ideal conditions, not the shitty real world sorts of scenarios. Right, yeah. These are probably, I think somewhere on here is, like, the speed of light equation? Is it still an equation? Yeah. Yeah, I think these all have something to do. All right. I'm feeling more robust. Let's try to say some words. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. He shakes his head. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real, but in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than to try to refurbish this. I couldn't even pay a hostel bill. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. He's avoiding your gaze now. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my Kanema. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone? Of whom? The lieutenant looks skeptical. I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk. Probably. Try. Definitely. The badge, the gun, and now this. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There's also a 4th thing you've lost. A 4th thing? More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever in the deepest of seas. Things were going so well, we were just whistling merrily. You can still whistle, the lieutenant says with a smile. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn. At least we have a pretty good suspect. If we found your motor carriage in the sea, maybe we'll find her too. Something about this notion gives you strength. Makes you realize this isn't the end of the road yet. Well, at least we can see what's in there. Yes, let's go take a look. Let me just take some Preptide. Woo! All right. Do I have any other enhancements? Smoke real quick. All right. footprints in the snow. They lead away from the accident. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Well, we know which one that is. Holy shit, it's my badge and my uniform. A command, Esprit de Corps and Visual Calculus. Honestly, okay, what would I prefer? Visual Calculus? Or probably Visual Calculus while we're being a detective. It's true, we're just... He and I are both addicts. He's just addicted to harder stuff than me. RCM badge LTN 2JFR Dubois. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, holy shit, look at that guy! Look at the guy in the photo! A younger version of you, already disintegrating inside but still presentable on the outside. Holy shit, he looks good, the younger me. Oh no, a police badge on which you see a photo of a man, you, some seaweed is stuck to the back. I found my badge! At least something good came of this. The lieutenant glances at the badge, study the badge. Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, in the lower right corner, your precinct. Look at the photo. The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. Good choice. A newer photo would look different. 8, maybe 10 years old. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. And he's winking. Why? Why do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you. It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching the light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark. Name, Harrier Dubois. Harrier, that's long for Harry. So you are Harry, he thinks. Everett was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. Strange. Doesn't say Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge. What kind of name is Harrier? It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide. It's meant to keep you safe. From bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnappings, and worse. But I don't want to be Harrier Dubois. Why? It's a cool name. I like it. He shrugs. Besides, you're Harry anyway. No one's ever called Harrier. He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information. Rank. Lieutenant W. Freighter? What is Lieutenant W. Freighter? The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I'm a lieutenant. And W. Freighter? The title of your freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain, the lieutenant explains. You have declined twice. Thus, you're W. Freighter. Declined. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant. Heavy-duty, case-solving machine. What's a decomptage? It's a hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the Revolution, which in turn was developed by the last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks. Kinks like satellite officers and then additional freighter rank I already explained. The long and short of it is, you're his superior. So you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior? No. I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you're doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea, he smiles encouragingly. And now we've even found your badge. He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil it. Turn back to the document. Such a small, precious thing. Serial. That's just the serial number. Revachol Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in for good measure. Date of issue, 7th of November. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself to death to earn that rank. Oh, the case created a lot of edge. You have to take off. The death march really gets us going.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better, probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure. Precinct 41? Yes. It's the designation of your precinct, 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is... He stops. What? It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is. It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, a faint smile. It's a legendary district, and a hell of a station, too. Must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdyayeva,
Roberts, Feuerbach,
Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. He knew all those people other than from his station. They must be big. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate, catching the light. See the lines of information. Put it away. Okie doke. Well, we've got a badge. So we can... There's a boat tucked away. Great news! The boat is big enough for a grown man to fit in underneath in a supine position. Wait, what would I be doing under there? I don't know, sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want.
the elements are rough. I don't know about this.
I found somewhere new to sleep. Huh? I said great news. I found somewhere to sleep. Under this boat here. It'll be free. Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment, officer. I understand the situation looks grim, but we must continue with our investigation. Think of it as a salvation. You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return. Just trying to make sure we sweep the area effectively. Traffic beyond the gate. More abandoned motor lorries. The sign says no entry. Someone scribbled an inverted star on it. What's this? This just makes weird little noises when I click it. But it doesn't seem to do anything. At least not yet. Someone has broken down the fence and the barbed wire. I bet it was me. The swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time. Rust peels off the bent iron points of the posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet, someone used to live here, laugh here, thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even. What happened here? In this yard? The lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance. He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned? Someone thought they could have a summer house in a block obscure for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. So this part of the coast is a block obscure? Practically. It's not an official term in any way, but he spreads his arms. Look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house. Maybe they left something useful behind. Yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle. He gives you a weary smile. It's not meant as nagging, just an observation. We should move. I don't think our suspect is in this particular yard. No place to hide, and besides, it's too close to Martinez. Jamrock Shuffle!
The wind is corralled by the 4-story buildings around this yard.
Glory, says the graffito, to the ghosts of us. Oh, I forgot I can zoom way out, because I think of myself as insignificant. Someone has left their music connection beneath the tarpaulin. The smallest church in St. Sains. Oh my god, we can sing karaoke. The tape you found from the shack on the coast, the A side has smallest church in St. Sains written on it, while the B side is supposed to contain the instrumental version, requires a boombox to play. The porta-reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Keep the porta-reel at the harmless distance and wait. Then the organ starts playing, a simple melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in St. Sains, surrounded by an even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds, you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trashed your room to that Klassia told you about. Perform it. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Could I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yep, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world telling itself. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands in your way. Nothing can stop me now. Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything. Oh shit! I need to Jamrock Shuffle my way back in there. There's stuff I didn't click.
Money!
Look at all this money. Holy shit, we're rich. I almost have enough to pay for a real room tonight. And by almost have enough, I mean I have less than half the amount required. Can I go up here? Yeah, I can. Nice. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and a forgotten chair. Oh, sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrums filth from fabric. Cinder blocks charred, a makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting. The bushes are too thick and thorny for you to pass through. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting. The lieutenant looks down the street. We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go. I can sit on the bench when Kim is gone. So they're telling me that at like midnight, after Kim goes to bed, I can run all the way across town, across the waterlock, through the slums, and sit on this bench. There must be something special to do with this bench, because otherwise I would be able to sit on it with Kim with me. What I'm saying is, tonight, we're gonna sit on that goddamn bench. Inter-isolary trap. What? +1 to Kingdom of Conscience? That's not even a thing. There's no thing called Kingdom of Conscience. What do my pants currently give me? Electrochemistry. Why would I... Moralist pants. Tailored trousers in light brown, moderate in every aspect. They're absolutely unremarkable. In other words, perfect. It doesn't even list it over here. I think that's some fake bullshit. I refuse. Disco pants forever. You see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. White curtains have been drawn shut, no looking in. A wedding stone, well worn and covered in rust. Construction material. Whoever planned to build this house left in a hurry. The street sign is illegible below the graffito. Well, let's talk to this person. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed. You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Sumerian, possibly Sigayan, also known as the apricot suzerainty.
Welcome to the fishing village.
She
Please lean in closer.
Right.
I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here? Lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here, and we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Well, he said, we're cops. We don't cause trouble, we take care of it.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then, which you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
I am totally an ill omen. It's exactly what I've been telling everyone. The end is here.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen. People would have told us.
Oh, Kingdom of Conscience is a thought.
Maybe we are afraid because you're an ill omen, but you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park your motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others.
Coffee, please.
Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten. Oh, because you're blind, right. He is a sharp one, she says to herself, runs her hand across the washboard. She's being evasive, she knows something. There was a murder in Martinez, he points east. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help. Would you now? She turns to him. I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. You know something. We're here to help. Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon. She shakes her head.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
God damn it, I know you know something. This shit is important. This shit? Her eyes, with their cataracts, look at you. I'm not going to do your work for you just because you've got a potty mouth. I see, ma'am. The lieutenant turns to you. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway. Ruby was here. You know it. Ask her about lodgings. Where could someone stay around here? Stay? Most people are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings are what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. How much is it? I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. You're just giving it to me? No one is using it. And God knows it's not much anyway. She tilts her head. You can stay there. Okay, I'll take it. Key to shack on the coast. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police. Key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you. Well, if you're not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. He looks around and adds, here, in a shack. This is Disco Elysium. It's an RPG. We are a cop, and it is hella cool. He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing and one thing only, drinking.
Oh, yum, yum. It's not a shack, nor room, nor a lodging. It's a spiral staircase disappearing into bliss. Empty bottles on the floor. Maybe some baggies.
What's further down the coast? Not much, she replies and wipes her forehead. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. She smiles, a gap-toothed smile, and smells the air. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then. So they don't hold services there anymore, the Ecclesiastes? No. They've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church. She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking. Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea, she scoffs. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the nights. And now suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that. Interesting. You could look into this ruckus if you have the time. Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case, Rusalka, or a half-demonic Aspara singing. What else is down the coast? Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty. Which is it, then? I don't know. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war, I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara. All right. Goodbye. So you're telling me, if I look in the... Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Woo! That somewhere in here is Kingdom of Conscience. It's a thought. So if I put these pants on... It doesn't list it here. Okay, so currently from my thoughts, I have -1 to drama, -1 to electrochemistry. What if I just take these pants off? I still have those. Yeah. It's got skill checks. You have all these different stats are like fractured bits of your mind that speak to you. And there's multiple ways to get through any conversation or skill check or thing like that. So you can sort of build your guy however you want. We're really into electrochemistry and drama, but we've passed other sorts of checks as well. Yeah, I don't know. I just won't worry about it. We'll keep our old pants. Is this the shack? I think this is the shack. You can't see into the house. Inside you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater. Shack door. Unlock the shack with the key. I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check your new living arrangement and look for any signs of Ruby, but just so you know, after we're done with the day, I'll be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning. Nice. Oh yeah, it's one of the most innovative like skill and leveling systems that I've seen in an RPG. The other really cool thing that I enjoy, the floorboards creak under your step, is this. It's the thought cabinet, which is such a cool mechanic that I'm going to talk about it now. So throughout the game, depending on things that you say or dialogue options that you choose or things that you notice in the world, you unlock different thoughts. And this is your thought cabinet. It's where you think about those thoughts. So like right now, in one of the conversations, I realized that I don't know how old I am. Your cop has lost his memory completely at the start of the game and slowly has to like rebuild his identity, which sounds tropey, like the idea of protagonist with amnesia, hugely tropey. This game has such a fresh take on it that it's not like other games just sort of brush past that, you know? This game forces you to engage with it, with the idea that like you've forgotten everything and everyone thinks that that's like weird and they're concerned for you, you know? Like, you know, they act like, oh my God, what do you mean you forgot everything? So as you think of things, like I just realized I don't know how old I am. So I got the thought date of birth generated. Now, certain thoughts, as you think about them, they have a research bonus. For example, if I were to spend time thinking about indirect modes of taxation, while I was mulling that thought over, I would have -2 to empathy for 1 hour and 45 minutes. Because indirect modes of taxation are cold-blooded. So I would have difficulty empathizing with people while trying to, like, take that thought in and making it part of myself. And then after you have thought about the thing for as long as it's research time, it changes and you get a different bonus from it. For example, I believe myself to be some kind of superstar. I think I'm real hot shit. I think I'm the kind of cop that people will rally around and like treat as some kind of celebrity. So I get -1 to logic because that's not it's a nonsense thing to think of yourself. However, it increases the learning cap for other things, some superstar sorts of things. Visual calculus, which is like, Rain Man assessing the hard facts just by looking at them. Suggestion, that's persuading people. Electrochemistry, that's like drugs. And composure, which are the attributes that a superstar cop would have. It allows me to raise them to an even higher level. So it's a really cool system where by engaging, the way that you play your character and the way that you speak in conversation slowly builds up this persona, this totally fresh persona. And you can do it however you want, just depending on how you talk. I briefly played just the first day of this game. We're on day 3 now. I had played 1 day of it when it first came out, and even in just that early section of the game, I had totally different thoughts than these. In fact, the only thought that I see currently that I have seen in my original playthrough was indirect modes of taxation. Everything else is totally different. So, it's really, really cool. Let's look around our room here. You see the waves, the sea, a church. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from 39. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. Listen, the room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside it is cold and windy, but you're inside. It feels safe and warm. What is this place to you? My new hangout where I could silently sit, drink, and die while looking at the waves roll in. Hey, Xandera. Behind the half-built cinder block house at the other end of the village, there are 3 people drinking. Your new crew. You don't need the old crew. Oh no, you have a new crew to get drunk with. You already were part of their crew once. You can get drunk with them again. You're probably going to hang out there a lot behind that cinder block house. It's where you belong. Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice. Look under the floorboards. As you look at the floorboards in the corner, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge looks scratched. Move the board. The hollow space is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. What's in there? Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks more like reeds. There might be something hidden in the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea. Search. You stick your hand and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust, and then something hard wrapped in paper. What is it? A small, cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact, fit for all muzzleloaders of that caliber. The floorboard doesn't care, but maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself. On the table, you see a bowl of water, rough soap, and next to it a small hand mirror. The straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. Is shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your face, nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy.
A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. Oh my god. It's... The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender. The air brushing against it is chilly. Feel your cheeks. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness, as if you just came from a cold bath. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe? You look almost like a professional. Your face, such as it is, a regular human face, sans expression. Holy oh my god, we are clean shaven. Look at that. Huh. We also leveled up during all that. No expression, no facial hair, yeah. Oh, we could get a couple more thoughts going, or we could upgrade something. Can I just like straight upgrade no. I think we have more luck with just thoughts. Let's unlock another thought for the old thought cabinet here, and let's think about Mazovian socioeconomics. All right. And also, I'm gonna go heat up some more coffee. I will be by my side. Because obviously, we shaved in the game, we shave in real life. Those are the rules, everyone knows it. Look at my baby seal newborn face. Oh, I look like a... What do I look like? I don't know. I look like some kind of tired worm busting out of a dress shirt. It's me. I'm like a kid, but with giant bags under his eyes. I'm fresh-faced and ready to solve murders. Hey, Greg Hollick, good to see you. Welcome. Good to have you. Grow it back. It does grow back quickly. In 3 days' time, we can forget any of this ever happened. We do still have, we've got this, which is a little beyond 80s, but, you know. Anyway, I did that fast and cut myself in about 4 different places. So, that was exciting. The sideburn, the mutton chops put up a fight, for sure. Hey! Hey, Theo Ramos, thank you. I really do. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the 199 bits. It means a lot, first of all. And second of all, commitment. In 3 days, we'll think it was just a trim. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, for real, Theo Ramos. I really appreciate it. All right. Shall we dive back in now that our cosplay is sort of back on track? I think we shall. Whew. oh boy, my whole face. Do you remember how I said, hang on, before we do this. Do you remember how last time when I shaved just the chin, so I had the sideburns, I was like, people were like, is your chin cold? And I was like, no, my chin is really hot. Because when I shave, my face just gets really, really hot to compensate. Well, no. Now my whole face is really, really hot. Where is... Yeah. So I am going to take some anti-inflammatory meds. Whew. Be calm.
A new sensation upon your face, like waves crashing upon a distant shore. A sensation from before.
You remember the times before mutton chops, before her. Who's her? Ow, physical damage. Better take some ibuprofen. Or what's it called in this game? Nosifed. I've just taken some Nosifed. Alright. Back we go. A mirror. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is. A regular, clean-shaven police officer. Leave it be for now. Bed. Comforting if a bit run down. No time for rest yet. Okay. So we have a new free room. Good God, oh, it's like I lit a fire on my face. It doesn't burn like that, but the heat is just like billowing waves of heat off of my face. All right. Ready to roll. Kim was in his little Kim stable. I like that. Well, let's look at this first. What are these doing in the fish? Franco-Nigerian cavalry boots. +1 composure, -1 savoir-faire versus +1 perception. I mean, honestly, I could use more perception. My perception is shit. And then that gets rid of a negative as well. Yeah. Alright.
Aye, officer.
Aye, officer. Lillian the net picker. A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
As always, I am the lawbringer.
You've graduated to lawbringer now?
Men with authority have their quirks, comes with never being second-guessed about anything. So what brings you here, lawbringer?
Ooh. Thought gain, bringing of the law, lawjaw. That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Aye.
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
The wind rattles her earrings. Her earrings which appear to be fishing hooks? It's pronounced key. I too used to say quay, and I got verbally destroyed by my friends for it. Let's be clear. If you have friends, and all of them know the pronunciation of the word key, as opposed to quay. Like, don't get me wrong, if you don't know the word street, and you said like stret or something, sure, be mocked. But everyone should understand that Q-U-A-Y, I think you should have been cut slack, Sadir. That's all I'm saying. I think your friends are a little pretentious, and I thank you for correcting me. Key. I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker.
Oh, I just
think
went to
had time for
touch my
questions,
beard,
and that was actually the second one.
and it's gone. Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about the cool sword. It helps break the ice. Nice sword. Does it come with a story? Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of story. She smiles at her own joke. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. It is imposing. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, it's just for intimidation. Why do you need intimidation tactics? From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men, and believe me, she adds, tittering, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. Figures typical patriarchal nonsense, mask you venomosity. Sure. Venomosity, she nods. But boys will be boys, and God knows we don't have many around, so far the sword has been enough to keep them in line. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective? What makes you think we haven't? She smiles. The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men, too. But they put on an act for us, pretend everything's good, and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder.
Coach means the expression. If I put the I got rid of the expression. Oh well, we got rid of it once, we could get rid of it again. Behold! Her eyes meet yours, and suddenly she starts laughing. It's hoarse, as if she hasn't laughed in a while. Not bad. Do you like it? Sure. Her face straightens. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield. Could I borrow that sword? No, I'm afraid not. Her eyes are smiling as her hand moves to the hilt. Attempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check, you would put me in an early grave.
Is she... Whoa, is she flirting with you? A little? You think she might be...
So, where are all the men now? Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed, she looks down. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Wait, why? If they're thick-headed, guess I enjoyed the way he bled. Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke. If it is, then why the melancholy? Where's your husband now? Gone.
The harbor sea wall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Revachol. Some inanimate, some just no longer alive. You shudder.
Gone where? To the waves. Her eyes stop in yours. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. Oh, say no more. Wait for her to continue. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there drunk as like a skunk. And sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning. Us working folk don't have the luxury... I almost made her Irish. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. She crosses her arm. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time. Wow, I can't... Where the fuck did her voice go? And went on. She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what looks like rocks. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids. This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
So, it's a white check, so I can try it multiple times. I don't know a good spot. And Kim's presence makes it awkward. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help. Let's see. She tilts her head. Who are you looking for? Looking for some missing cryptozoologists. Ugh, she frowns, thinking. I don't know what these are. Care to elaborate? People who look for animals who are hard to find. People who look for animals mainstream scientists deny exist. Aha! She exclaims. Like snowmen. Haven't heard about those. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Wait, the like? Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men, burning rhinos. You get the picture. Oh, you're getting it, and it is gorgeous. Where did they go? I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. She points north. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? A suspect. Okay, when did this person stay here? Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday. Oh, she looks slightly disappointed. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. Weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Really? Yeah, that's the most optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry, I can't help you out. Faint smile runs across her face. Maybe I can help you find someone else. That's it. What do you do? Like I said, I fish, sail the wives, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. Is that enough to make a living? Sometimes I also walk the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises. Keep it professional. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now. What have you found? Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies, human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. She looks at the beach and continues. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass. Alright, major choice moment. You get to ask one thing. It'd be weird to say them all. Choose wisely. Mines! Mines! You need mines! Drugs? I think, so when it says medium success or easy success, it's telling you where the bar was and whether you passed or failed. So, like, physical instrument, it was a medium check, so the bar was medium. I don't know what that means number-wise, to pass or fail. I succeeded. Therefore, I can intuit that my physical instrument, whatever level it's at right now, is high enough that it will pass passive checks at the medium level. Or it can, at least, pass passive checks at the medium level. A lot of these sort of passive checks are more about dialogue than they are about, like, progressing the game. They're about nuance rather than progression, I have found. Yeah, medium 11 versus what I rolled a 13. Easy 8. So it seems like easy is under 10, medium is over 10. 9, 10. Yep, that seems to be the bar. Drugs? I need info. Major narc. Don't have any, she replies with a shrug. Those get cleaned out so fast even the local bums can only stand by and watch with watery mouths. Always by strangers, too. Union folk don't stand this kind of stuff around here. You could use a hit right now. Any hit, really. Feel that itch in your hands, a stiffness in your neck, a strange restlessness in your bones. Fuck! Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals. All of these are stupid. Alcohol makes closeness possible. Let's connect. Alcohol? Connect? I'm not sure I'm following you. There's confusion. Get hammered. Get hammered with me. On a date. Drunk date. It'll be nice, I promise. She bursts out laughing. That's a good impression. You really crack me up, officer. Now, how can I help you? She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober. Try again later. That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way. Oh, she looks at the direction. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? It's a sign of the carnage to come, the great culling. Quite the sign. An eyesore, too, she frowns. The situation calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Are you suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage? Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of falling in the line of duty and all that. I don't, what an odd thought. Maybe I should. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans, to some extent at least. Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gothwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now. Takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it? Oh yeah, she says with a chuckle. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. Where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest just to leave them there and let nature take care of it. That's all we have time for right now. The lieutenant looks at you sympathetically. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area, or... The lieutenant looks at you almost gently. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example. He liked the Capri funeral idea. So I take it that's your skiff? Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry. Assuming the sunny days continue. You know what I just realized? With a little help from my friend Speed, I'll get +1 to psych and be better at asking her out.
Aye, the CD's gonna calm down
Shit.
soon.
I forgot because I didn't actually adjust my stats.
What's on your mind, officer?
Fuck, it won't let me do it again. Shit. Well, now I'm on speed for no reason. Whee! These planks creak beneath your weight. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp.
I'll just keep the cordially in the channel if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course, jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing. Jettity jetty.
Oh, jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now. So I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
How do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze around the village, slush melting on the cinder blocks construction work left half finished 10 years ago. Water drips down eaves of eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull gray metal rests in her scabbard, a sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right, politics time. Let's react. You're in no danger. The working class have no idea what's happening to them. That they don't. She leans against the railing, looking up at the gray sky.
Above you there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly but perceptibly.
It's an early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls, rifles with splintering stocks and swords, tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. Old caches from the Revolution. The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands. Have I told you how they discovered this place? The wind picks up, her raincoat flaps in the gust. This fishing village? No, the Insulindian Isola. What is an Isola? I'm guessing you don't know then. No, they haven't told me how they found it. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. Oblivion. That's so me. I knew you would sympathize, she nods. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means, our home, this island of matter, or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day, she corrects the scarf around her neck. For now, how can I assist you in this new location? Tell me now, we have time. Do we? He glances at his watch. I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. The story she will tell it only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay. I found my badge. By love, you did. She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning left to right, fast, observant, like an electronic printer. She hands it back to you. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant Double Yefferter Dubois. I'm glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. Seaweed drips from the badge in your hand. It smells of fish. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Yefferter? Fuck. How about you share your information on the lynching now that you've seen his badge? The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of his badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise, she smiles apologetically. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you finish with them. This was your plan all along. She shakes her head vigorously. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters. Meaning, the information she has will raise the stakes. How bad can the info she has be? The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile? Okay, tell me about the drug trafficking. It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Sumerian Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years. Ingredients for what? Meth. And dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Oh, shit, yeah, baby. It's Party Pipeline. Why would you want to shut that down? Why are we trying to shut down the Party Pipeline? I assure you, officer, these are not the sort of parties you'd want to attend. She has no idea what kind of parties you've been to. Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here. Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product, sells drugs, I mean? We are in logistics. It's our business to know. And no, as far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. We want you to investigate, yes, but you won't get anything out of Everard and the dock workers. Still, every chain has its weak link. Am I going to need bolt cutters? Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Didn't Titus mention that Ruby ran a complex operation out of her lorry? Could it be connected? Only one way to find out. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. Okay. We'll probe the drivers. Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I suspect the traffic jam won't disperse for a few more days. You should have all the time you need. It seems like every once in a while I lose a D at the end of a word. Interesting. Maybe I'll have to tone down the old RTX. We'll check it out. Thank you for keeping an ear out, Eldresh. Appreciate it. Got some more questions about reality. What is reach for something fundamental? What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air? What world is this? What world? The fading pearls of her eyes look to the sea. The only one, I suppose. The world of matter and its pale antipode. The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water. What do you see? Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage, we all have. This world is enough, she concludes. A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay. The wind is sweeping the waters. The world is a suzerainty of Revachol. There is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium. Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment. It does. There are those who would call it hell. What is hell? A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petrofascists. I don't feel like I don't feel like I haven't gotten the whole picture yet. Oh, you want a picture of the world? She raises her finger to her lips. There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. How come? Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. Inside sideways? What shape is this world? We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the Org nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s. Occidental Revachol Grad. There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big 3 scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark gray corona. Yes, pale covers 72% of the surface. There are gray flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god, wait, what the hell are you telling me? You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. The pale, what do you mean corona? They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine a vast swaths of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. She looks around. It must be quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the great questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below a low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane, very disco. You'd love it. Well, if you say it's disco, see, everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there. On whatever this all is, your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses. You said pale. What is pale? The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. Yes, the lieutenant looks at his watch. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to. Of course, Lieutenant. What do you mean it's not part of reality? Ma'am, he turns to her again. Remember, you're dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode. All right, talk to Joyce without Kim. Yeah, I'll just ask for Kim to step away while we discuss the pail. Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene. Kim, can I talk to the ma'am alone for a second? Fine. He steps away with his notes. See? What can he do? You're a grown man. Now, what is the pail? Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant. Yes. What is the pail? Okay, she concedes. The pail is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the isolas. It is the interinsulary mass. And what is an isola? Isola is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pail. Also, isolation, our landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seal, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. And Insulinde is an oceanic isola. It comprises mostly of water. Mundi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. What is the pale like? Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness. If we're surrounded by pale, how do you get from isola to isola? Oh, it is, her lungs deflate, her words sound like a sigh. So difficult for us. A squall of birds, hardware operating in the harbor, firm, self-evident. It is possible to force dimensions on the pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged. Pale can damage the mind extensively. How? Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others that the pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend-over of the self. The pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past. Who says and who argues? The logical positivists say. The dialectical materialists argue. What does it feel like? Feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pale exposure per year. It's more for her. Way more. You're not a civilian passenger. No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm an entroponetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of pale transit annually. Are you over-radiated? Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
What is entroponetic? Entroponetics, she corrects, is a scientific study of the pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of pale the study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Paracarnassians called it the Western Plain. They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Paracarnassian superisola. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them. Did they cross it, the Western Plain? There are signs of pretermodern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. What has entreponetics changed then? Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Aerostatic craft, hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended. Once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale, in essence we throw them in and they come out the other end if we throw them precisely. If we do not, then they don't. Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface. How much Pale is there compared to the world? The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. Slipping how? What do you think, Detective? It's growing. There's more and more Pale. Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything, but this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. It's not extreme at all. I know it's going to happen. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same. Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open. Off we go into the wild Pale yonder. One and all, she closes her eyes. They say Pale is death, but for the universe. Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind? Is it here? Yeah, oh yeah, we're getting more supernatural. This conversation has been great. I finally the craziest thing. We'll finish it and then I'll talk about it. No, Detective, we're safe. She points to the sea. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the southeast and west. You are in the middle of the Isola. As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens in your stomach. 6,000 kilometers from the end of the world. Yes, that is enough. Many cities are built much closer. And there, an uproar of matter, darling, rising into the Pale, rolling, evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a gray coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. She closes her eyes and breathes out heavily. The most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
What are its physical qualities? It is difficult to describe or even measure, something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties, physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into the Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible. Let's return to reality. Yes, sweet reality. She stomps her foot. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you hear this? Do you really not remember anything? I sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good. Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale? Huh. What do I think of the Pale? Ruthless communism, yeah. I don't think... I think it is disco. I think it is disco. Turns life into a party. Not even just a party. It turns life into a fad. You know? A thing that will happen and be enjoyed and then disappear. I think it's disco. Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation detective. If you didn't know even this, then... The investigation will be my masterpiece. The one they remember me by, I promise. Oh, hey, Krillin. Yeah, I shaved. Well, my character shaved, so I had to keep up. I hope so, I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him, and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, some of that assurance is meant for herself as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line. You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time. She gives you a slight bow. Good, the lieutenant returns. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
That was fucking insane, Kim.
Yes, well, he thinks. The rest of us have dealt with it for thousands of years, so... He looks around, a little uncomfortable now. You will have to deal with it too. This is why I didn't want you to know. Some more lowdown before we go. I am happy to oblige. I am happy to oblige. She awaits your question. What times are these? These are unimportant times, detective. She puts her finger to her lips, then points at you. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. Too late for what? For the big time. Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
You've got a predatory streak. All men are predators, dear. There's nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth. What's the big time? The revolution, she says. And what is this revolution I keep hearing about? It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. When was this kerfuffle? The turn of the century revolution? She smiles mischievously. Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in 02 on the Grad Isola, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. Who started it? It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Sarath, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazarv came along and overthrew the government. What did this Sarath do? It made people overthrow their governments. Wow, really? Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed the brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. Where did it spread? From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. What came next? Why, you and I, officer. She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind. Our lives in the zone of control. Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat, and you have that necktie, a pair of pants. Our lives are very different. Wait, is Harry shaved too? Yeah, of course Harry shaved. That's why we shave. No doubt, but we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you'd think. What is a zone of control? A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia. Clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of a reappropriated silk mill, precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol. After the failure of the suzerain and the commune, what happened in the rest of the world? Modernity. They developed and the marvels of inter-isolary communication. Telematic milieu? Radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. It's been like this for how long? 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. What have we been doing? The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell, and after that, the 30s. Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. Then you happened. Your youth in the 30s. That's when they discovered disco. Yes. And quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isolar war, an Isolar-wide hangover, you might say. So here we are, she curtsies. Welcome to reality, baby. From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes, days slipping away. You don't seem thrilled. I've no right to be dissatisfied, she shakes her head. This shirt is Barbara Moskova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. She looks at the Eternite roofs and cinder blocks soaking in the sea air. Her voice is almost wistful. We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we'd played it right. What would you have done differently? Good question. She cranes her neck. What would you have done differently? No, her first. I asked you. And I asked you, pastless detective of the citizens' militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given you?
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing.
Okay. I would have killed more. 400 million if that's what it took.
The cold runs down your spine as you say the words like a small electrical charge that needs grounding.
I see. A tenth of humanity. She's unfazed. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost. At any cost, until humanity is free and the age of capital is past.
The wind stops for a moment. There's silence. The cold dissipates into your parietal lobe like a dissolved bullet. All is quiet on the Martinez Inlet. Capital is past.
Past. She cocks her head to one side. That's what Debreva, the leader of the Communards, said before she got a bullet in her head. Don't get me wrong. There's sadness in her voice. Capital is finished. But understand this, its end won't free anyone. It will only lead to more suffering. The lieutenant puts down his notes. Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM. She turns to him. And what is your official position, Lieutenant? My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir. Understandable. That's enough about the times. They are what they are. Who knows, an afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? Not so fast. Who is she? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. I want to know what you are. She hums. She won't maneuver her way out of this one. What are you? I am the vilest of the vile, she says with a sudden flash of teeth. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra. She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine. It's sharp. Wait, what's an ultra? An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal from the revolution. It's not the moderate kind. Cool. I liberate pretty hard myself. No, she shakes her head. Not like me. I just got an achievement called Baz Hustler in the Neoliberal Hood. Not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? She looks you in the eye. No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening? In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her.
But only because you like the pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming. What is with... There's just too many vowels together in so many of these words. A dwill, who knows? She pronounces. Who, being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godlike. Godly.
Oh, beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in Num 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
Vile Dewey? Wanna fuck? I mean, this isn't gonna work, but this is on brand for us. Wanna fuck? Steal, kill, and destroy? She counters, quick as a whip. That they say we've been doing for over 4 decades now. Perhaps regrettably. I've had my fill for this century. The lieutenant hums, reading his notes. In any case, I'm glad we can remain collegial, despite my scaly bulk, and my perverse need to infiltrate and betray both kingdom and revolution. Honestly, she pauses, I may have even preferred it. Had the communards won. Who knows? They might really have built something better. But they didn't, because they lost. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. She turns her gaze to the Delta. This was all our last generation managed. What would you have done? With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up, and motor carriages circulate the tracts.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Marie or Delta beachheads either, if not for my own sake. She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them. Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it. Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes, an oil fire on the ocean. You're a smart woman. Perhaps. Her earrings chime as she nods. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. You're a patriot? Yes, I suppose I am, but I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here. Seditious talk, ma'am. Kim puts the notes down and gives her a look. You have daughters? Yes, whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. She closes her eyes and then opens them again. Now, shall we return to reality? Hey, Stormspoon, do you have a schedule somewhere? No. No, I do not. Finding it hard to catch me live. Well, it seems like, I will say, that between, 3 and 5 p.m. Pacific time seems to be like a good overlap time. If you show up during that time on pretty much any day, except for Monday and Tuesday, I should be live. Now, what I'm trying to do is on like Saturdays and Sundays, especially, I want to start early. Like in the morning, my time. And so all the times I'm going to say are Pacific time. So on Saturdays and Sundays, my goal is to have the stream live by 9 or 10 a.m. Pacific time. And then so that's Saturday, Sunday, and then on like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, probably starting in like between noon and 3, like an early afternoon start time. And streams will go for probably about, I would say 4 hours would be a short stream, an unexpectedly short stream. Could happen, but we're going to shoot for around like a 6 hour. Feels like a pretty good place to be. Obviously some games will demand more, Cultist Simulator, or if I'm having a blast, or if it feels like we're really close to the end of something, we might push past into longer than 6. And if stuff comes up, we might be a little shorter. But the tentative schedule for now is Monday, Tuesday off, Monday, Tuesday off, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, starting in the early afternoon, and then Saturday, Sunday, starting in the morning. And that's what we've got for now. So I hope that helps you catch me live. I think the morning start times and the afternoon start times should cater to... Yo, Bannable! Thank you so much. That's, oh my god, 5 subs? Yo, Bannable, thank you. I super appreciate it. That's very awesome of you. Thanks for hanging out. Also, yes, you leave for an hour, and I did. Well, our character shaved, so we had to match. I can't wait for a little bit of beard to grow back, but that's not important right now. What's important right now is this: Judas 555, Weakness Soul, 500 pounds of chocolate, Og the Trog, nice, and Saren 42. Congratulations. Welcome to the Beam Team. Enjoy your cups. Here's to you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And Bannable, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, wow. That feels very, very weird. Liquid, like, on my lip. So here's what I'm used to. I'm used to taking a sip and then having to, like, suck liquid out of my mustache, which sounds gross, but if you have a mustache, I guarantee you do this, like, almost unconsciously. And I just went to do that and then realized there's nothing there. That's strange. Hey, Big Ben. All right, back to it. Oh, here's another thing that I wanted to talk about from this conversation. This was amazing. This dialogue with Joyce was so good. So good. And it took what I thought I knew about the world and just it oh my god, it's crazy because you're dealing with all these terms that are like vaguely, they almost make sense, right? Like up to this point I knew that we were in like I knew we were in a fictional world. And that there were countries with different names and that we were dealing with like a political situation between the countries. And from what I was picking up, what it felt like was sort of like a fictional world that's basically our world, just with a slightly different history, you know? But that more or less we're living in like something akin to the 80s or something like that, you know? Like it's not quite modern level technology. We're just figuring out like computers and stuff. We're starting to get a little more tech, but stuff is still like old. And then this conversation is like No, that's not it at all. That uneasy, that weird feeling you've had about the world isn't that it's like historical fiction. That's not it. You're in a fucking fantasy land. The world is islands separated by the void. But it's not the void, it's the mist. It's like the mists of Barovia that keep you from leaving, except you can go through, but you have to be shot through. It's like space, except you can live in it. Except you can't, because it'll make you nuts. It's like, whew, oh my god. The world is kind of ending, but only in the sense that, like, our world is ending. You know? Like, this world, as far as I can tell, like, the Pale is expanding, and one day the Pale will consume all that is. And in our world, the universe is expanding, and one day the last mote of energy will be spent, and the universe will be still and ordered and dead. Heat death of the universe. Like, we're going there too. You know, it's that existential end of the line shit that is terrifying when you think about it, but there's no reason to think about it because there's nothing to do with it, you know? It is. The Midnight Train. Yeah, exactly. It's wow. And what a twist that was. And suddenly, just from that conversation, it recontextualized everything I knew about these politics. Things that seemed like, oh, these are just countries, you know, arguing or whatever. No, they're not just countries. They're totally different pockets of reality that only recently have been able to communicate with each other. And by recently, I mean like in the past century, have been able to start communicating with each other, interacting with each other. What a cool world. And it wouldn't have been as cool if this dialogue were front-loaded. If I had gone into this game and had to do all this reading right at the start, all this world-building stuff, all this, like, this is exactly what's going on, it wouldn't feel this awesome right now. It would have felt like a lot of work, like I'm reading an encyclopedia. But this was great. This, by the way, because I know some folks out there DM and play some D&D. This is how you do it. You tease little tidbits in dialogue of world building, and you put in an NPC who's willing to divulge everything. What you don't do is sit your characters down and have someone spew facts about the world at their face, you know? You tease it enough that they want to go learn about the world. That, oh, God. I can't say enough good things about that conversation we just had. We'll conclude for now. Okay. So the mission from her now is to go talk to the lorry drivers. But we also have some more exploring to do down here. Also, I leveled up, so I need a new thought cabinet thought. Hard to see details. Colors are warm and welcoming. Bringing of the law. Lawjaw. -1 rhetoric for a weird jaw. Hey, so a little observation. It's all cool, man. Don't freak out, but every time you say, I am the law, and you say it a lot, it's basically hello for you. Your jaw does this weird thing. It sort of shifts sideways, hanging off your face at a jaunty angle. While the word law sounds oddly guttural and low. It's strange. You wouldn't notice it, but after saying you're the law 80,000 times, the question does come up. Why do you have lawjaw? Let's find out. A flower trough where nothing really grows, maybe in spring. Lillian's twin. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. You guys look identical. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of, the obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The other one says, yeah, I said that. The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered with some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again. You're bad with kids, the lieutenant remarks with evident glee. And what are you, Kidmaster General? Maybe I am, he grins. Now how about some actual police work? We're not getting anything out of here. Kids, have you seen any bad people around? One of the twins looks up, his mouth slightly open. What bad people? He asks. I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is going to crack the case. Bye, kids. Take care. That's a good point, Tim. I don't want to talk to these guys, because these guys know who I am. I want to explore more. Ah, fuck, I have to talk to him.
Hey, tequila!
Yo, so his portrait looks like me in the mirror before I, like, sobered up and, like, fixed stuff. Like, he looks like my portrait did before I... at the start of the game. It's all fucked up. A 30-something man clad in a two-piece lycra tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see ya. How's
Idiot
business? How's
doom
the old
spiral.
reality situation treating ya?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
He picks up his beer. Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the high concept reality based adventures proceeding?
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later. Reality? It's perishing. Soon only glowing embers will remain of the atoms. Of human faces, only echoes.
Not this again. I was hoping that we were done with it.
Only echoes remaining of human faces? That's a pretty good apocalypse. I wouldn't mind if it came down to that.
He nods appreciatively and picks at his shit-stained liquid jacket.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet. Haven't won that great piece of arts back. No word for my business, buddies.
He takes a sip from his beer. This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks. Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good high-concept conversation. At last. What is a Tequila Sunset? You keep saying it. It's you.
You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know this?
We met before, don't you remember?
Nope, you don't. No. He takes a sip from his beer.
Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there. Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords.
He takes a big sip, then begins.
Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you, the man, the myth.
Did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
Takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz, because as far as I know, all you did was get pissed drunk. Word on the street is you went around to the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is.
Does that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can. What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment, we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs. Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was this brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. 3 men are standing on a wooden platform extending out from the shore of a dilapidated fishing village, their cheeks red, spirits high, beers in hand, eyes glazed over. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you, right there on the beach. You revved the engine, screamed at the top of your lungs. The time hath come. So naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, the time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things.
Tequila sunset will break the looms of reality.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice. Your hands cramped on the steering levers. We ran towards the ice while you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand. Wow, electrochemistry sounds like Idiot Doom Spiral, if Idiot Doom Spiral had a little more pep in his step. I will try my best to keep these voices different. We asked what the whole tequila sunset... Yeah, I'll bring it down a little bit for Idiot Doom Spiral. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Is it an event or a name?
I think you said that you were the event, and that you would smash the looms of reality. Yeah, I knew I'd heard that looms line before.
I'm Raphael Ambrosius Costeau.
Nah, that name sucks. You're Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
Hey, Silent Casey. Yep. Harry shaved, so we shaved. How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked solemn, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If only you knew. Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard and that we've all been fucked too.
Please don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here. Abigail. It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too. That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Any chance I looked at Griftlands? Yes, I think I did. I don't know. I bought Monster Train, so it's unlikely that Griftlands makes an appearance here because I am poor. So, Monster Train coming up, newest addition to games, which is great. Griftlands probably not, unfortunately.
Did I say anything about the case? Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time.
He takes a strong quaff of his beer.
and that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism. It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop. Yeah, of course. Thank you for the recommendation, and please continue to make recommendations. I will continue to pick up new games. It's just the rate at which I do is, I'm limited in my ability to play new games. Did we talk about politics?
Yeah, you said that it was okay that you crashed your carriage because the spectral hand of the market was guiding you. This was before you started talking about how the Pinkies were always trying to fuck you.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who cleared 501 cases.
As you've already determined, the actual number is 216, but what's a little embellishment between friends?
No thanks to the squares at your precinct, as you put it.
I don't need to hear any more. He nods.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller, he says, slapping his knee. Right, why not? Better than a beach bum.
You want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out? Oh, the gleam in his eyes and slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
You might get scammed here. I have a feeling this is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution, a little motivational package.
You want booze, don't you? His eyes light up.
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see. So you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story seems fair to me.
I don't have any on me right now. He lifts his hands and spreads them wide.
Then I will see you again once you've procured some. For example, my good friend Rosemary here sells all kinds of stuff. All kinds, sir. Beer and wine.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys. It's a touchy topic. He hasn't gotten laid in ages.
He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
What do you do around here?
We are saving the world.
He looks at his comrades.
Please, don't call,
begs the man in the pipe.
Okay, we're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower, but that didn't work out. So now it's a pirate's life for me.
Be seeing you.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy
boy? What are you talking about?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. Also I have speed. And by speed I mean amphetamine.
Ooh. I could get some speed. I will at some point, but for now we're getting the Pilsner. Why does the spirit cost 300 real?
See, friend,
He brings out a 1-liter bottle of bluish liquid. The mouth is corked shut.
it's real valuable. Worth every real if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
Hey, Davos. Yeah. We are. For one day only, we are smooth like a baby.
Got it from a bit of a business venture.
No one could buy spirits for 300 real. That's crazy.
You know what's crazy, actually?
He grins, then bursts out laughing, then takes 3 gulps of his Pilsner and stares at you. What is?
What?
What do you mean, what? What did you think was crazy earlier?
This guy,
he says and shakes his finger at you. Conversation might bring a discount, no? Where did you get the bottle of spirits?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits, the good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
He spits a nasty yellow clot on the ground before you.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure.
His voice rings with pride. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. That's a good tip, I should remember it. Well, it really isn't, he croaks. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of hell. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those assholes, he gets visibly angry. Those assholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. Have they no shame taking money for a service they provide? But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead thingies. He gets an excited gleam in his eyes. Swipe 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out, and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here, but the last one is yours for 3 real if you want it. Don't say it. I think it will prove useful, yes. 3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime. Well done. You got it. He hands you the bottle. Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend. Alright, we have embalming fluid. Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit. Yeah. Thank you, physical instrument. Alright, I'm off. In the civilized world, it's accustomed to tip the shopkeep, friend, but come back anyway. He waves you off. Yeah, of course electrochemistry wants me to drink it. Of course it does. But what we need is to identify back at the dock. Wait, where the fuck is the dock? Aha! Alright, we need to figure out what check I need to put points into in order to ask her on a date.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
Suggestion.
What's on your mind?
That's a good one. No! Wait, what happened to my skill? Oh, yeah, I'm using it for Lawjaw. Yeah. Alright, carry on. We'll be back. Oh, yeah, we fixed our face. Did I try this door? I don't think I did. It feels safe and warm in here, not like the outside. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow. I'm taking a taxidermied grouse. Little Lily. Hello, mister. A young girl, barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She is looking at you with frank curiosity. She clutches a small stuffed animal. Are you Lillian's daughter? Yes, I am. Little Lily. She gazes at you with her big eyes. You know my mom? Not really, but I'd like to. Uh-huh. She nods. Mom is great. You know what's great about my mom? No, do tell me. Everything, she shouts with glee. What's this? It's a grouse, she yelps, smiling broadly. You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the squaw you broke. Ooh, interesting. Can I have it? I know someone who really likes stuffed birds. Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry. Do you know anyone named Ruby? Ruby. Suddenly the girl gets all serious and leans in as if she's about to tell you a secret. My mom tells me that I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say LL, or like sometimes I can, but then LLRR. Kids, the lieutenant shakes his head. What's that you're holding? It's Lammy. He's my friend, sort of like. She holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate. Lammy is a stuffed lamb that admittedly has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing and the fur is tattered. Well, pleased to meet you, Lammy.
Lammy doesn't usually like strangers, but you're also fuzzy, like Lammy. Am I? Goodbye. All right. So we can get on Gart's good side, so he'll let us sing karaoke. I'd still like to... Okay, here's the order of things I'd like to do. Ruby's over here somewhere. I'd like to find Ruby, then go back to the other side, talk to the Lori people to figure out the drug situation. Probably have to talk to the Hardy Boys after I talk to Ruby. Talk to Gart, sing karaoke, put Kim to bed, come back here, do the things that require no Kim, like sitting on a bench and asking her out. I do have the tape. I do have the karaoke tape. So we are good on that front. Another thing I would like to do, I think, is equip my bag. Because we might as well... That was very laggy. We might as well be making money, you know? The rear tire of a motor carriage adorns these reeds. You should come back here when it snows. A strange feeling, it passes quickly. Wow, I have to be there to look at that. Looking back at you from the rust-colored water. You. A school of fish huddle around the fence posts, then scatter into the dark. Before you, a drawbridge. It can only be lowered from the other side. Full of holes. Could the posts hide treasure? Look inside. Sort of. I mean, definitely. Holy shit. That was huge. That was hugely productive. Can I get over here? Yes, yes I can. There's a big house right there. Must have taken a lot of patience to do this. Cell, a shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
You want to party?
What?
Do you want to party?
Yeah, I heard you. But what do you mean by party?
Yes. What do you mean?
He sounds serious. I mean, we buy drinks, and right there in the liquor store, we get those bad boys in us, and then you tell me what you mean when you say party. Thing is, I haven't said party. Kim, stop it. You're spoiling everything. And neither have you. Had you let me in on the script of this play before you performed it, I could have gone along. As it stands, the entire line of questioning has been compromised. We have nothing left to do but hope this was a play on your part and to move on now. We have some questions for you. Shit. Have you seen a red-haired woman? No. Just no? It's pretty desolate. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast. What's your name? Estelle. And your surname? Why? I'm from the police. It's for paperwork. Okay, well, she hesitates. It's Berger. What's that device? This? She breathes on her freezing fingers. It's a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. And the wires? Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. Got it. What are you doing out here in the cold? Recording, I guess. What are you recording? I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps, too. Not sure how that will sound. And what are they for? The musicians in the Elysium use them for making music. They loop the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. Nod. Anyway, I thought I'd make some, too. It's supposed to be like a music place anyway. She rubs her shoulders and looks around.
The girl is cold all of a sudden. Very cold.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers, too. I don't have a synthesizer. She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden.
She is on some kind of stimulant, amphetamine or mephedrone, and its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now, and fewer peaks.
Take this, you're cold. The lieutenant begins to take off his jacket. No, man, fuck that. I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck. It's okay. But my hat makes me better. I can't just give up my hat. Said it's supposed to be a music place? That, she nods toward the church. The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really, she pauses, not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure. The boys? Yeah, Andre and the guys. They're inside, in the tent. And why is that? Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside? They got too much stuff crammed in there, no room. Stuff like what? Music stuff mostly, like this tape recorder, but bigger. Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze? Stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. Pick up the tape recorder. Fuck. The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns its yellow plastic cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice. Tell me about this music place you've been planning in the church. It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah, she looks at the old wooden church up on the poles. As a mean wind comes bellowing in, the 6-story structure lets out a doleful shriek.
The floorboards are twisting and the shooting beams are slowly cracking like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
So you want to turn the church into a club? I know. She nods toward the sloping mass of wood on the coast, then shivers. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right? Yeah, why do you ask? Okay, well, maybe if you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're the police, you should look into it, right? We'll see. I prefer to remain non-committal. They're inside that thing there, she points to the tent. Would be cool if you did. Enough about the church then. I had another question. That's it for now. Tribalistic markings. Pole screwed into the ice. Trash from an unending party. This is someone's home away from home, just like yours. A pile of eternite, a pane of eternite has been planted in the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Push the eternite over. The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thump. The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Squeeze in.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Wow. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled. A speaker, the big kind they use for live music. Yes, I did, Digger. I did shave midstream because my character did. This is dope. Andre. You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand. His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire
This
confidence.
is my posse. Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
He yells. The tape player high above his head continues to blast strange music.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Wait, how many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Why are you here?
We've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. The place is pretty
Which
bad.
brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it. Enough histrionics. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads? Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that. In Revachol.
Strike that, the world!
Oh, Egghead.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good, this calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those. I feel like you may be laying this on a bit thick. What's bad about these dopeheads and burnouts?
They're spooky.
What do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I could say is their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community center and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't heat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter, getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing. I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it. Tell me more.
All right, man.
He claps his hands enthusiastically. Andre is obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchange giddy looks. What's the status of the church? I haven't gone inside.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A pad limit. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation. I had to do it in a hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
What about the key?
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right. The speed freak dips into his belt, Produces a yellow key. Makes a sudden cool infused move, tossing it in your general direction. Be cool. You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ring sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left. Catch it. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly. Thanks, man. Play it cool. Speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here. How long have these people been locked in there?
Not long, like a week maybe.
How do you know they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here was something called exams. You may have learned from the term involuntary manslaughter there. Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, that's not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're still alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
Yeah, I catch your drift.
I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
Feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it, smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid cop, now would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you. You can stop buttering me up now.
Oh, okay.
He nods his bleached spiked head.
I won't do that anymore.
Other questions? Tent full of equipment. I see you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good stuff to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
And it's distilled, too.
Oh?
Doesn't know what to say.
It's the one they sell at the fuel station. It's like he's lying to you, my liege, but he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Alright, enough of this. Oh, I'm very bad at logic. Okay, so the Speed Freaks want to start a club for dance music. That much checks out. You like music. You feel as though you might have liked music more when you were young, but you digress. What's the gist of it? The gist of it is they want to turn the church into a club, but a suspicious element has overtaken the building. It's more important to understand what the gist of things is. Always consult the gist. Plus, and it has to be considered, you can't invent the future of music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. I need more logic. I need more logic. But we have a breakthrough. Ah, Mazovian socioeconomics. Excellent. .000% of communism has been built. Evil child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over. Personally, with his socioeconomic theory, it has, however, made him into a very, very smart boy, with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world. That's awesome. Instead of building the thing that he wants, he just knows precisely how wrong the thing that is. Okay, so left-wing dialogue options with this would give me additional experience. The only thing is, I don't know how often what I say is left-wing so much as like wingnut. So I kind of want to forget this next time and just free up this spot for something else. Because right now it's giving me a negative to visual calculus and authority, and I would rather not have those negatives. Another thing we're going to do is put on our... Do I have any logic clothes? No. I have no logic clothes. Oh, I could take off the shades of self-destruction, though. That would help. Oh, God. I should definitely have glasses on. I look gross without them.
Hi again. So,
No, but
how
wait,
things
my
going?
logic is better now. Let me do the check. I have to actually put a point in it in order to do it. Shit. Oh well. Painted with pastels, someone is trying to bring cheer into the world. Alright, what really does my hat give me? Reaction speed, -1 rhetoric. I can give it up.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us?
I'll help you,
Great.
alright.
Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
What happened to the headphones? My boyfriend sold them. A lie. They were pawned off for something suspicious. Alright, give her your hat. Gained experience, lost my hat. Thanks, she puts it on. It's large for her. Had some other questions. Okay. I gave her a hat. Let's try our empathy again. Fuck! Lost my hat for nothing. For nothing.
See that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody?
No one comes to mind.
You and the seagull are just alike.
Why am I like a seagull?
Think about the seagull story. It's one of endurance, adaptation. The seaside was a paradise once. They were birds of that paradise. Then their paradise became shit city. And what did they do? They became urban survivors, eating burgers out of the trash, killing and eating pigeons. No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters, just like you.
But I'm still a romantic.
Sure, inside, but outside it's a tough world. You've got to do whatever it takes. And you do. Will you admit that?
Okay, let me reconsider. Fucking right. I guess I am a bit like the seagull.
Exactly. The seagull does what it takes, and so do you. You've got the same spirit.
Alright, well that was good. I healed myself. Hey, old modem sounds. I'm doing well. I'm doing real well. Okay, can't get over there.
Winter, slow to let go of river shore, flecks some more wet snow from above. Look around. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though we're already spring. The melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren all dress so lately in this weather.
Where is Ruby?
Near. Snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum in the air.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. The sign reads St. Brune 1147. Inspect the carpentry. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downward, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. Run your hand over a beam. The surface is smooth from wind, but moist to the touch. Open the padlock. Turns easily and clicks.
Feels like electricity and a very small piece of nothingness.
Let's go. Pull on the doors. As you do, you hear you hear, and the echo of the doomed commercial area. It's black halls and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city. Whoa. A strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. The grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. Bark beetles? No, looks intentional. Some long forgotten style. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it. Fuck, I didn't mean to run. Mask Banger's silk scarf. I don't even think I have a red scarf. I don't have any scarf. Inland Empire or Pain Threshold. I think we keep Inland Empire, honestly. We haven't needed Pain Threshold that much. A figure drawn in frost on the window depicting a deer. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. Cracked pane of glass, colorful. Oh shit, hang on. We're zoomed way out. Missing stuff. Spider has spun its web around this wood-carved pillar. Where am I going? Oh. Wow, I was not seeing that correctly. Empathy. I have empathy shoes. Empathy shoes better than perception shoes. I think so, because that will help with the gal outside, Estelle. Hers is an empathy check. Machine stands in the corner, watched over by figures on the stained glass. It's turned on and quivering. Another radio computer, says the lieutenant, and this time it's already on. These machines sometimes harbor traps, alarm systems, and the like. Let's be careful. Wait, let's investigate. You see the play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch is wide open. Look inside. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says in a black marker, Log, Feb Mar. Another filament memory. Play. Speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old. Good afternoon. Fortress accident on St. Brune. This is the Eastern Cylindian. Repeater station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? It's the same old woman. Yvonne, it's me again. How are you? Good, thank you. It's not clear whether she recognizes your voice. Please repeat. Is this a personal log? I looked inside the core, but the tape said Log Feb Mar. Good. Please repeat the password. Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess. I don't know. Received. I will register this login attempt. Alright, press off silent. Leave. Cold wind blows in from the broken gallery, makes your skin crawl. Portable Harman Waushi tape recorder. Someone siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna. In white, silver, and apricot color, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. Kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. Look up. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You.
No, she doesn't care about you. She only cares about her shiny sovereign's orb and her silk robes and getting to the aerodrome on time to leave.
It's morning. As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Do the same as you get up. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times, then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles. How did I know this is the mother of humanism? It's a mystery. Mystery sprinkled with self-pity and regret. And damaged morale. All you know is this is the young mother of humanity, and that you should go. Do something else. Escape her sad, worry-worn look. Reconstruct the glass. Wow! These were decent chances, too, and I failed them both. The shards glimmer in the dark. You see little pearls of light on the edges of the cracks that splits the female figure. Something was written here. Remains of broken letters line the emulsion. What it said, you do not know. This is Dolores Day. The old woman in the village was right. He looks around. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. He lowers his voice. It was built not long after Revachal's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers, on the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds. Okie dokie. Okie dodo, he whispers in the silence of the great building. A touch of absurdity there. Nice. 2 decks of reel-to-reel tapes spinning on empty. Although, what there does not appear to be in here is any... The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be silent. Wait, I think I still hear something. And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Yell as loud as you can. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
It's unnerving.
Stomp your feet, clap your hands. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total. What's happening? The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head, then he leans closer. Can you hear anything? Not really, but it's extraordinary. I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics. His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed in this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing? Hey, what if it's something paranatural? Please, detective, not this again. He's trying to act dismissive, but at this particular moment, he's more open than usual to the idea of paranatural phenomena. Look up into the bell tower. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. What if I don't want to know what's up there? Relax, it'll be okay. No, let me be better. Let me take my draw. No, let me. All right. Failure. It's a red check, so we can never come back to it. Very sad. Try to make out something, anything. There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see more dark rising. What's the darkness like? Filled with vague shapes of woodwork. Blink. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. Hey, who's there? The man leans forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
I bet your alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You've come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk, and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos speaking Mesk in Revachol. Hold on. Stop it right there. Pussy, what's with this? I'm not scared. I just don't understand why the female sexual organs have to be associated with weakness.
You really got a case of frayed nerves. Pussy in this usage comes from pusillanimals. Everybody knows that.
Oops.
Chill out, man. Here you can receive the mother in love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of the bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks, and maybe the ceiling climbing too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already, sheesh.
Estás crudo, eh? I see deep inside you. Your body and spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence, and you don't even know it.
Oh, I'm very in touch with my suffering.
Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Reno is wreaking on your mind and your spirit. Necesitas parar, homie.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what he's eating climbers.
Okay, Kim. You can't tell me to dismiss him as a druggie and then tell me to listen to him. Look at these crazies. What is this shit? But alcohol is central to my identity.
The grave's coming for your little identity sooner than you think, Holmes. You sure you're ready? The mother could set you free from all that shit.
His words echo in the cold air of the church.
This is the church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
He sways gently on the beams, waiting for you to take it all in. You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege, saving perchance. He hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot. Do you know where the other spooker is? Dunno. Viejita is grandma? Wait, so there is another person living in the church and it's a viejita? No, I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. He scratches his head. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear. Wait, what if it's Ruby? The lieutenant seems to be thinking the same. Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something? You mean like a fugitive? He glances at the abandoned radio computer on the other side of the nave, pulsing with light, then he shakes his head. No, man, quite the opposite. I don't think she cares much about authority or Anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines. I see. And where is she now? I told you, Holmes, I don't know. How can you not know when you both live here? Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We've got different interests. So you've got nothing else to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who is she? I'm afraid not, Ese. You just have to wait until she comes back, or... He shrugs. Or search through her radio computer. Have you by any chance heard her say the password? Too many times, Ese. You need it for something? Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety. I'm doing a survey of passwords and passcodes, identifying regional trends in the interest of public safety, of course. Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death. That is true, but what comes after death? What do you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nihilista Pequeña when I hear it. Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub. The ones in the tent outside, right? I seen them. Think they're scared of me. So what do you think about the nightclub? Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company. He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think. Okay. That was an interesting conversation. I'm still not sure if we'll find our suspect here. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it? It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover, perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. Hey, this is what my pants give me. Now we can figure out what it is. No more talk, sign me up for a passport. I knew I could trust you. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, we are all going to be so much happier. In the meantime, thought complete. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor where people usually come to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope. Awesome. This is just straight good for me. I've realized that I'm actually only 44, so my physique is going to be easier to deal with. And my logic, well, it can be more logical. And let's... Oh, I could forget this. I think I will. I think I'll forget Mazovian socioeconomics. We didn't like it. Let's slap in the kingdom of conscience. It'll soothe my half-light. Heartache is powerful, but democracy is subtle. Incrementally, you begin to notice a change in the weather. When it snows, the flakes are softer when they stick to your worry-worn forehead. When it rains, the rain is warmer. Democracy is coming to administrative region. The ideals of DeLorean humanism are reinstating themselves. How can they not? These are the ideals of the Coalition and the Moralist International. Those guys are signal blue. And they're not only good, they're also powerful. What will it be like once their nuanced plans have been realized? Alright. Yep. Yeah, can I tell Kim that I am, in fact, 44?
Yes.
So, I shaved. Yes, the lieutenant stares at your shaven face. I don't know what to say. Perhaps... What is it? You can tell me, Kim. I'm really not sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the damage. Either way, good on you. The lieutenant gathers himself. You were saying? That's all I get to talk about.
Yes?
Yeah, that's all I get to talk about. Okay. Well, we now have the password. Speaker comes to life. I think I have the right password. Good. Please repeat the password. Afterlife, death. Good. I've unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today? Fortress Accident, like the one in the Doom commercial area? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on St. Brun, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislain. St. Brun, that's the church. The lieutenant gestures around him. And Rue de Saint-Ghislain, that's the doomed commercial area. Thanks. Alright. Goodbye, Fortress Accident. Press print. Printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks like someone's journal. Read it. The first entry, made on the 4th February 51 by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used a crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath. 4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Do you think this log might be connected to the case? Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local... His eyes wander to the various machines. Eccentric. Read the second entry. 6th February 51. Had a little chat with the local fisherman. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See, even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? This could prove interesting. Look around. I doubt that we can find any. It's just idle fisherman's gossip to scare away the kids. Nothing spooky about this place either. It's just abandoned and cold, and in an awful part of town. Then why doth the lieutenant protest against spending time here so often? 7th February 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, new antenna. I'm thinking Escher series, something advanced. Why would she need an antenna? Why would anyone need any of this equipment? He steps on a wire running on the ground, inspecting it. 8th February 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulisla started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor and they can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. Programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right. Data loss. Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. They had to be former co-workers. Read the 5th entry. 12th February 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m. Strike. He strokes his chin. We're nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's the radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place. 25th Feb. 51. I've been sending data to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in the disappointment, but I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It's swallow sound. Need to get some mics. Is she talking about... The lieutenant looks to his right toward the silence. 28 Feb 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here. The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk? But what could it be? The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines, no ripples. Read the 8th entry. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. She must be describing a cell. The girl on the ice sounds like her, yes. March 51. Got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her. That's me! I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine. Read the 10th entry. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable, noodles, crackers, Ping Ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum, also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. Suna, the programmer. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine reboots.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Looks like I'm about to get fucked.
That was good. That was good. Thank you, Big Ben. Thanks for the bits. I might be about to get fucked. Let's see. We're looking for a suspect. That broke the tension nicely. We're looking for a suspect in a murder investigation. We thought they might be hiding here.
No one's hiding here.
She barely looks up from her keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now, please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her.
After she has rebooted the machine.
What is it?
I didn't break anything, did I?
You just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Does not look like a big loss. Hey, are you the lead programmer of We're All Untethered by chance?
Yes. Or no, not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back. So, who are you?
I am Sona Lukanen Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how can I help you.
Have you seen anyone suspicious, say a woman named Ruby?
She has not seen her, sire, 'tis true.
Yeah, I also kind of thought she was going to come over and, like, I don't know. I'm surprised we allowed her to just walk up to us. Have you seen the man in the rafters? No. But you know he's around? Yes. Sounds like you're not worried about him. No, you're right. I'm not. Your voice trails off. Why are there so many machines? I brought them here. They are my machines. Please don't touch anything. Why do you need an antenna? I use the AR-1 as my REM prefix processing unit. Wait, what? REM prefect, my radio computer, she explains. And the antenna is its processing unit? Yes, she sighs. You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? She has stopped working now. I know a little. Alright, well, all radio computers perform operations up on air, so in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. What's on air? On the front. The unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel and the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means. Like love. And the AR-1, it's a good antenna? She stops to think. I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is foolproof for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare prices. There are many milieux dedicated to that sort of thing. She liked telling you this. It calmed her nerves. What's with those bowls of water? They're connected to my REM prefect. She looks up. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks. Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers. What are you doing with your radio computer? Working. Working on what? Could you... She closes her eyes. Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something. It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. Try not to touch anything. What are you doing here? You really like those questions, don't you? There's a hint of amusement in her tired eyes.
They're bloodshot. She hasn't really been getting much sleep lately.
It's my job to ask questions. I'm conducting scientific research. You can't throw me out, she says, ready to stand her ground. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world. She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal? Yes. That's what led me here. She stares at the burnished antenna on a nearby table, but I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated. Exactly what does it mean? There's something frantic about her as she locks her gaze with you, eyes shining like pearls. Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is, because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist? She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer. Hold on, does this mean we're now living in a world that has holes in it? I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out. But how do I figure it out? I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it. You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, she replies, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydrotransducers to record silence to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. She grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. It looks like some ancient ritual. But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms, ghosts in everyday parlance? Does it have anything to do with ghosts? Ghosts, she repeats. No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts. What about other supernatural entities? Don't believe in them either. What not many know is necroplasma exists. Great. What are we talking about, and why? She gets back to work. Do you have any idea where this hole is? Somewhere underneath the roof beams, I assume. Strange things may flourish in the dark. There's this place at the back of the church where all audible vibrations seem to decrease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record. The Pillar of Silence. Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk? Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. This is where the Crabman lives. I know. You don't think the Crabman might somehow be responsible? No, I don't. She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Your research isn't going well, why not? Because it's just trial and error trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know, it would be really helpful if you would just stop talking. That's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world for now. How do you feel about anodic dance music? What? I hate it. She hasn't even heard it. Same here. Doesn't connect, not like disco does. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music. How do you feel about a club for it? This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? She looks up. I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here. Take a guess. It sounds like a nightclub. The lead programmer sighs. I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks. Okay, and we had a breakthrough. Okay, so we know why you have Lawjaw. Why you say the law in a weird manner, and why your jaw does that thing. You had polio as a child. You hadn't gotten vaccinated. It must have been right after the revolution. Not a lot of vaccine going around then. So you got infantile paralysis due to polio. And this jaw thing is a complication from that. Admittedly, it's not very funny, but you overcame it. This little infant survived and became a sharpshooting super cop. So fuck you, polio. Wow. I just will now succeed all passive hand-eye coordination checks. I lose a little rhetoric, but I think overall that's pretty cool. Okay, so I need to go talk with them again. Out here. What I also need is some food. Can you do all the thoughts eventually? I don't know. I don't think so. Because I think there are some you can't get if you have others, or like opportunities that we've missed already for some. Not to mention, we simply don't have the room in our thought cabinet to hold them all. Now, we could think of them, unlock them, and then forget them, like we did with Krasmazovi and whatever. But look at how many there are, you know? I'm going to... What am I going to do? I'm going to take a short break and try to figure out the food situation. I am a little bit hungry right now. I think we'll probably keep streaming for another couple hours. Yeah. So I will be right back. I'm gonna... Do you have to spend points to forget? Yes. But you unlock the socket. So if you spend a point to forget, you still have like an open place for thoughts to go. But it does cost a skill point to forget things. So I guess you are technically limited by the length of the game and how much experience you get. Anyway, I'm going to go figure out a little snacky thing, some food or something like that, and then we're going to... Okay, so that's the church. Let's look at some more stuff over here, I guess. A dead phone, a smashed receiver, like someone hung up too hard. You can imagine why. Calls become terrible sometimes. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome. Buzz, hum, the electricity flows through the wires with audible power. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. Touch it. The cloth, if you can still call it that, makes a crunching sound as you thrust your finger into it. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath that crust of filth. It might be a clue. You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets? Could have been multiple seagulls, the lieutenant sighs. A poet could write a dozen verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh. You should still take it. I got a filthy jacket. This filthy rag has been at the mercy of the elements for quite some time. It's streaked with seagull shit and abnormally stiff from God knows what natural process. Can't even tell what brand it is. How did this jacket get so disgusting? It's a sordid and filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try, seriously. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that encases it, ensconces it. Why did you think about it? Look at your hands, they're covered in muck. Flick your hands. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster, you'll never get the smell out. Dressed to the nines? Oh, hardly. We were better dressed at the start. Tarp will keep out neither rain nor snow nor wind. Coin-operated weighing machine hasn't been used in a decade. Mega Binos prescription lenses, +2 to encyclopedia. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. Oh, something here. You can catch it in either the VOD or the YouTube videos. There's a jacket. We try to cosplay this guy, but it got very hot, so I took the jacket off. Otherwise, I think we've done a pretty good job. I think I feel confident in saying. A big wine canister. It's open and empty. Moonshine probably. Smells like tasty fermentation. The smell, it's awful and familiar. Isn't it just the rotting fish? Don't be so naive. Oh no. Do you recognize it? The hideous pungency, the faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that.
Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear.
Kim, what's that smell? The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief up to his nose. Eyes up, detective. Something's not right here. Careful there. Floorboards look rotten and weak. Examine the tear. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. A tragedy. The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell. He shakes his head. Examine the cigarette package. Red Astra. It's a black market version of Astra cigarettes known for their high tar content. Now that makes partying look bad. Still, don't let it sway you. You're responsible. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup. No older than a day or two. No mold. Working class corpse. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Half of its body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the left leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet.
Makes sense. Some sort of PI. Yeah, we are. We're a detective. We're sort of in like a alternate reality. It's certainly not the real world. We're in a fictional place. Shares some of its history, or shares some things with the real world, but it's venturing more into like fantasy land. We're trying to solve a murder. Not this murder. This is just a corpse we happen to find. The other thing is we forgot who we are. So we've been, because we went on a bit of a binge, bit of a bender, and we forgot everything. So we've been trying to piece together both the murder and ourselves. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days, no longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
Calm now, carefully. Just another day, just another dead body. Breathe. Study the clothes. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. Must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded in two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand. Good. We should take a look at that card after this is done. Study the man. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still tangling through the hole.
You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. 40 G of pure alcohol, 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits.
Examine his face. Unnatural and eldritch, or unicorns and elves? Certainly not unicorns and elves. Unnatural for sure. Eldritch. Doubtful, but not ruled out. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. It's more, what is it? Is it cosmic horror? Is that what it is? Whichever the one is where you just like look out at the vast, uncaring void and there's nothing out there because nothing exists. Nothing cares about you. You know, you're humanity. What is that? It's a speck of nothing. That's the feel of this. Yeah, alien, more alien than eldritch. Yeah, for sure. His expression is dull like the sea behind him, drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters, curly hair, stout build, age approximately 50-60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby, chewing gum wrapper clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of the head. An open wound, it's sticky and cold to your touch. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took maybe 3, maybe 4 minutes. I don't see any other major wounds, do you? No, just this at the back of his head. Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench. Step on the floorboards. They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was what caused the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would never have found him. Examine the bottle. 0.75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
It's mid-market spirits with a light touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself. Have a good time.
Tear all around us. He looks at the 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper. True, it feels disrespectful. Examine the chewing gum wrapper. Rabowski Spearmint Chewing Gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. Look in. The blackness of death, stench. You think you see white chewing gum. He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is... The man shudders from the cold. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same. Who is this man? Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. He looks south. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would just be sad.
This is an omen. A sign from above that you need to stop drinking. What we're witnessing here is a demise of a great party beast. A leather jacket, an empty vodka bottle. The wedding ring. Kim points at the ring on the man's left hand, the flesh around it swollen and gray. But let's try not to run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentifiable middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. Right? What should we do with him? From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues. We found him. We should finish this. Alright, we should first examine the library card. Then we can call the station for my Kanema and let them know we're taking the case. Well, We are making more backwards progress. How'd you do on the case today, Kyle? Oh, well, we took another case. That's how the fuck we're doing. The library card is folded in two and is still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads Central Jamrock Public Library Card issued to Billy Magine. Expires 53. Look inside. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller, Stand a Little Less Between Me and the Sun. The last one on the list is The Glinting Cur by M. The Bolt. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers. If lost, please return the card to the library. Good. We should give them a call from Iconema, see if we can learn anything about Billy Magine. Which is how I've decided to pronounce that. The coin-operated viewer has been out of order. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. Huh. Okay, so it's nearly 6 p.m. now. We need to... we have a ton of stuff to do on the other side of the river. There's a slit in the concrete here, a sewer. The light vanishes. The structure goes deep under the earth. Kim, any idea what's down there? No idea. He takes his glasses off to polish. Could be connected to one of the buildings down around here. Think we might find Ruby down there? We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachal's sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. He puts his glasses back on. In conclusion, she could be under any building, but not in there? I hope not. Yell, "Oh," into the slit. There's no echo and no answer. What's in there? Storm drain. Finish thought. My God, this place just goes and goes and oh my God, there's this huge thing. Bars cover these long dusty windows. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Can you see what's inside? No, he shakes his head. The windows rattle in their frames. I won't even try. You know, he takes his glasses off. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes because he had to show me things. It's that bad. This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk. Can he still shoot, though? Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10. His hands lead the way when it comes to that, and his shoulders, it's reflex. Oh, I don't want to deal with whatever this giant thing is. I have shit that I need to do.
And Mikhail, notice the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blonde man stands next to his son, pointing at the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You, officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez. I'm Trant Heidelstein. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Hold on, hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Jan Karp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
What was that about the windows?
Oh, yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago, so they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms, when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again. This man is your half-brother. You feel it, but why? Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbit's programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries. Looking for a suspect. Have you seen anyone suspicious? No. I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here. He pats his son's head. So you haven't seen anyone around? No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway. There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone. What's so fascinating about the empty old building? Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you. What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Feld Electrical. And Feld, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom. Hold on, what's R&D? Wait, what's an R&D department? Apologies. It's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. He smiles brightly, laugh lines around his eyes. You're probably more familiar with RTD, research and technological development. Mea culpa, you were not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. Look at the building looming over you. Looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill. I don't think I've ever heard of Feld Electrical. That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. He adjusts his suit jacket. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Koningstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. He gestures toward the building. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or, should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve. He grins. I'm mixing my metaphors here. What was that ace? It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer. A tape computer? Mm-hmm. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bringing them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants Ream, ICM, and ZAMM haven't achieved yet. He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced. He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind. What happened? Indeed. What? The revolution? The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve. He nods. Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. He pauses, pointing to the other buildings, then continues. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Saying Feld built this boardwalk? Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war. A pleasure wheel. The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky. Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast. Yes, to lure their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics, but history had other plans. What happened to the engineers, the company people? Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. He smiles again, as if he's somehow personally responsible for this bleak turn of events. This story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers... Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution? He means they all died at the hands of the communists. Officer, he sounds disappointed. I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid friendly. The boy looks first at you, then back at his father. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers? They used them for military communications, he says, while his son looks up, idly chewing on the corner of his worm-themed coloring book, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Decret de Mars. What was that? What's the March Decree? I mean, the radio transmission sent out to the news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bons Baisers d'Insulinde. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. He looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the book. Or, well, tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention. How did those tape computers work? Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like, but word has it they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking, turn-of-the-century hardware. He raises his finger, remembering something. Buckle up. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dompty Dom Center in Vredderfort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ackerman, who was the head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team. Trying to... Wait, did he just say Wompty Dompty Dom Center? He did it. He said Wompty Dompty Dom Center like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wompty Dompty Dom Center, and who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
This is all ninsy-pinsy garbage for sissy people.
Okay, the Wompty Dompty Dom Center, Paul Ackerman, Keith and Guy Juice, what are you talking about? The Wompty Dompty Dom Center for Contemporary Arts. There it is again, those words. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there are some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ackerman, chose to... You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up? In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dompty Dom Center, he says casually, is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredderfort, and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing. Made of black film and folding tape structures. The RCM should get some of those. Even one would be very useful, he agrees. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07. Wait, the Feld playback experiment? Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect. Why'd they destroy it? Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind.
Do seagulls circle in the sky? You look up and think, really? Or was there a fourth prototype that remains hidden in the mausoleums below Coal City?
I wanted to ask something else. But of course. What else? He smiles and ruffles his kid's head. You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money? I do have some money, yes. But that's not what's really important here. He brushes it off like it's not a thing at all. No, I mean, come on, you need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some. Could I have some of that unimportant money then? Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. He looks uncomfortable. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff.
By the way, do you work out? I do some low man thang stick fighting now and then. Low man thang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the Isle of Low Man Thang. It uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent. How often do you work out? Low Man Thang's stick fighting is a little like pyrrolidon addiction, he explains with a little smile. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Hey, what does this man know about pyrrolidon addiction?
Study his face. Maybe it's not a metaphor. You got me, detective. He chuckles before a shadow takes hold of his face. But my history should hardly come as a surprise. Suddenly, little Mikhail opens his mouth.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that, and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail. Trant grabs his kid in a single-handed embrace, happy to change the subject. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway. Great, thanks for the info. No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation, indeed. Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking, whatever. Necessity-driven architectural design at its finest. Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change. Not even incremental change. It is control. Over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on Earth. Moralist dialogue options will heal one morale, and learning caps are increased. Okay, that's not bad. However, I really do want to know about the Wompty Dompty Dom Center. It's Wednesday evening, and something heinously exciting is underway. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building, sipping wine and exchanging opinions. 29-year-old Wonder Twins Guy and Keith Juiced are the stars of the show, with their bomber jackets and white sneakers, head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Wompty Domty Dommiest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you if you are not here? Holy shit, Wompty Domty Dommiest. I fucking love it. Yo! Reservoir? I'll get it right, you just let me know how. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. Hey folks. Hi, hello. Let me get a little big. So do whatever you want. Sounds good. I'll just call you Rez. Actually, there's an artist called Rez who does like electronic music that I really enjoy. So I'll call you that. Why did I disappear for a year? Depression. But I'm back. I am. I'm well. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing well as well. Hope you had a great stream. I feel compelled now that folks are here. I'm a little underdressed. I apologize. I'm much cooler than I was earlier when I took this off. So let me greet you all properly. We were doing a little cosplay earlier as our favorite shitty detective here. All right, that feels better. Whew. Okie doke. Do I take pictures for Grubhub? I do not. I do not take pictures for Grubhub, as far as I know. I have taken pictures of food previously. It's possible that Grubhub has hacked my phone and stolen some, but I find it unlikely. Anyway, for those of you coming along, my name's Kyle. I do variety streaming. And yeah, we've been playing some Disco Elysium today. It's been pretty good. We started the day with giant mutton chops, and now we look like this because our character shaved. Oh, thank God I met this weird dude who photographed food. Yeah, as far as I know, unless I've been like sleepwalking and moonlighting as a food photographer, that ain't me. But yeah, how was your stream? How are you doing? It's good to have you along. Got me into Cultist Sim. We're playing it tomorrow. We're playing Exile tomorrow. I haven't played it yet. I haven't spoiled anything. I haven't looked at anything since they announced it. It was a shit show and the best one yet. I'm legitimately very, very excited for it. Yeah, we're playing through it tomorrow. Yeah, it should be good. It should be good. Yeah, I actually just finished up. What was it? Last week I had never done the Ghoul, and it took me two tries. So, but we got through it. But yeah, looking forward to it. Be good. Need to eat. This game is mad fun. Awesome. Sounds good. Get yourself some food. Thank you again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, Pepperhound. Thank you for the cheer. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much. Cheers to the both of you. Yeah, for sure. It's good to be back. It is very good to be back. Let's do some more reading. The fence blocks the path. No way on from here. Okay. Well, now we're in sort of a map-wise. Where are we? Let's take a peek here. It looks like we're sort of at the edge of all things. So I think we might as well finish exploring it. And then we'll get back. He's the ringmaster of the shit show. Yes. That's very good. As anyone who plays Cultist Simulator has to be a master of plate spinning, a master of ceremonies, and a master of shit shows. Tiny cages carefully constructed. Soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. Still, they won't light. I'm going to look at everything first, then I'm going to talk to our missing zoologists. Heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes, crumbling. Could this be the buoy Classia told you about? Ooh, yeah. Let's get her hidey hole stuff. A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer... That, over there, he points to the strange-looking object, must be the buoy Classia told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look. Ooh, hidden things, secrets, lies. There, tendons. Snap the cords, keeping the buoy in place. A little longer, and it would be floating somewhere out in the open sea. What? Moves across the water, leaving no traces. You're cold again, as always. Yes, but who or what is this? Splendor. We're lucky it's still here. A little longer and it would have floated away. Indeed, the lieutenant nods, thoughtfully. Let's see what's in. Damn, I felt really strange. No further response. Pick up the buoy. The buoy is not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom really have been torn or cut. You lift it out of the water easily, noticing how light it is. Examine it. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it closed, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked. Simple construction. Very unsafe. Open the buoy. A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae and nothing else. Well, damn. No documents. Who do you think took them? I have no idea. This is a minor quirk. We knew what was in it anyway. He purses his lips. Or think we do. This is a small loose end either way. Not important, I hope. What if she's in danger? Could be. We should keep an eye out. He sighs. Nothing more for us to do here. Let's go. You could ask the miss what she thinks later if you have the time. Though she'll probably not tell you much. Yeah, agreed. But I will. I will ask her.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officer.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why's the police here?
Called Gary from inside a small wooden box.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be moral, the cryptozoologist.
You want the way of the pleasure.
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance. Lena sent me. She's worried about you.
Ah, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damned waterlock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
Yeah, withhold the whole story. The waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gaddy could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gaddy, we can go soon.
Wait, hold on.
Lena,
Moral's a cryptozoologist. Gary's a crypto-fascist?
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind. For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. Have you seen a woman with red hair who seemed to be on the run?
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed. Tell me about this phasmid.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
Why are you so interested in this stick bug? He flashes you a sideways smile.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long,
he shakes his head,
would be glory itself.
What have you discovered so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet.
He holds up an index finger.
That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real,
the cryptozoologist says brusquely, even though he seems taken aback by it. It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement. Hey, aerodynamic, how's it going?
By which I mean, he says, gathering himself, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere suspicion.
What would it be like to grasp and hold on to something you think is next to you, or just behind you like a trace of vapor you exhaled one spring morning as a child? This is what he's searching for. A specter. Maybe it's died out. Hey, have a good night, Xandera. The cryptozoologist shakes his head vigorously.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis. Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for the species to survive in adverse conditions.
This arouses no special feelings in me.
And it shouldn't. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate.
Alright, that's enough. I'm not super interested. I think we can finally... Oh, no, there's more. Oh my god. We're so far away from where I want to be. No boat in the boathouse today. This section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Hypnogamma. Nice. Oversized superstar sunglasses. Fuck yeah. Although it hurts my visual calculus. What is my visual calculus at? 5? That's still pretty good. Nope, I don't like it. I'm very good at visual calculus, and I like being that way. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench covered in rust. The sign says something in French. An old ticket booth, no longer in operation. People paid money to park here. No one would pay now. Oh, wait, there's something. Oh, there's something here. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. See, here we go. How many? Why this many? Bullet holes. Know about the revolution. Know about Feld. And I still fail. I'm dumb. Kim, look, more bullet holes. The density of the holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinet's sense. Grim affairs. Meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire, something you don't see these days. Why not? The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. Am I planning on playing the new DLC of Cultist Simulator? Yes, tomorrow. Literally tomorrow, we're playing the whole thing. I'm gonna beat it one way or another. We will wrestle the game to its knees yet again. So probably gonna be starting... I want to start around noon my time, like noon Pacific, to give myself plenty of time to lose and restart and then win. I think that's going to be how it goes down. I think I'm going to lose my first try and then win the next one. But we'll see. Definitely tomorrow, though, we are playing Cultist Simulator. Oh, what was that? The boards crack dangerously as you run. Be careful here. Alright, I won't run, just in case the game is programmed to ruin me. Ooh, that was straight up just alcohol. Does alcohol have negatives? No. Of course it doesn't. The door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. F-A-L-N... Pippo? Pippo? Is this a hat? Oh. Oh my. Now that is a hat. The small wire framing inside this futuristic-looking FALN Pippo hat gives it the aerodynamic shape of Swoop Skier's helmet, but none of its protective qualities. Covers the wearer's ears and eyebrows to bring down the drag. Lowers my perception, which is already shit, so it doesn't matter. And then ultimate peak focus. Wait, that chemical compound is ethanol? No, that makes sense, right? What's the bad one? There's ethanol and there's... methanol. Yeah. Methanol's the bad one, right? Yeah, methanol's the, hey, I'm making moonshine and don't know what I'm doing. Now I can't see one.
There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
Can I get in, though?
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable. But I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
And dangerous too. Kim, you think she's in there? The suspect? God, I hope not. Alright. No, where am I going? Wow, really? There's no way down from here? Oh my god, look how far around we have to go. Let's see if anything's down here first. Oh, or not. No, nothing is down there. Alright, we shall make our long and slow way back. Oh, hold on, I didn't quite check out the very edge of everything. Alright. Now, I think finally now, I can, content that I have clicked on the clickable things. The water runs from the west, the source is upstream, a broken pipe. I am content to run back to... Oh, I do have points to level up. So I can level up suggestion. And what that'll allow me is the chance to attempt to seduce this, or not even seduce, just ask her on a date.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Here we go, double sixes! Oh my god, I was so close. Alright, I'll say the same stupid thing. Wow, I can't believe how close I was. That's very sad. Alright. Some things to click that I did not notice before. Oh, I don't think I tried going in here either. You see a dark red chair in the dim light. Postcard. Pyrolidon! What's up? Oh, we're a super cop again. A bow tie that gives plus drama? Holy shit. Boom. We're a bow tie cop now. You're sure that wearing this tie is a statement. You're not sure what kind of statement, though. Absolutely. Our drama is absolutely bonkers. We're up to 9.
There are none who can match me in drama.
Hello? Bow ties are cool. Yeah, for sure. Everyone knows. Everyone knows bow ties are cool. Alright, back to the other side of the water lock. Oh my god, it feels like it's been a full day of exploring that other side. Alright, this is the pawn shop. I have something to sell here. I have the blue medicinal shit to sell here because it will kill me if I drink it. So it won't let me drink it.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Alright, here's my pawn menu. Pawn the medicinal spirit. Yeah, and that's it. It specifically told me to pawn that, so... So I shall. We could just keep it forever. You're right. Who knows? But it's suggested that I sell it at the pawn shop, and I often listen to my suggestions. Alright. Talk to me, dude.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
You seem like a man who knows about drugs. Ah, man, me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs. Lieutenant steps in. We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive to Jamrock. Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed towards a conflagration. Who do you think it could be? Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
It's not a lie, it's something else. Possible to say what, but there's something in it. Some trepidation. Got any smokes? Nope, don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though.
You really need them smokes. Need them. Gotta get some. Sure as not lying to you, you can't trust a lorryman.
Guess I'll ask around. Alright. Before we start trying to interrogate people, let us use our super cop tools to become preternatural at detecting. We will raise our intellect with smokes, and then our psyche with pyrolidon. And that's basically it. All right. Ooh, getting a little laggy there. There's something interactable here. Speed. There appears to be speed in this lorry, which, fortunately, is a drug I'm not currently on. Alright. We're on everything. We're the best cop we could possibly be. I need a lorry man to talk to. Where's the shithead? Yeah.
Looking for something, Hunt? Huh? Coming to tell me to fuck off again?
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots. He definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching. Wait, I feel like this is a dialogue option that is from way earlier in the investigation. Is that a map of Revachol? Sure is, but why? You'll see when the time comes. True patriots carry Revachol in their very souls. Wow. Technically, you're stomping on Revachol every step you take. What's your stance on drugs? Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. Look at him. Takes a long drag on a cigarette. Yo! Sauron 96. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's super cool of you. It means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for gifting 5 subs to the community. And also congratulations to Your Fault, to Ovash26, Bear Dead Door, Like the Pig, and Sorry, it's splitting the names. Like, it'll put a little and then half the name goes on the next line. It's very difficult for me to figure out. But your name is Bearded Door, not Bearded Door. Yeah, it's Bearded Door. Holy shit. See, that's what I mean. On one line it has bear, and then on the next line it had the door. What am I supposed to do with that? Bearded Door, Like the Pig, and Fukatrzoaj. Fuck. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Sauron, thank you so much for gifting those subs. That's super cool of you. I really do appreciate it. I hope y'all are doing well. Thanks for hanging out with me. So the racist says they know they can't beat us in a fair fight. They've got to weaken us. There's your end. Take his side. Ew, gross. Listen, I agree. It's our responsibility to keep the poison off the streets. Didn't work. Should have signaled before. Then what are you still hanging around here for? I did see one lorry with the doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened? Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics in the Whirling in Rags when some Kip boys smashed his lock and damn near everything. Lost his job over it. He takes a long suck on his cigarette, appearing to savor the taste. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. They were getting drunk. How could they know? How do you... Yeah. If you were all at the Whirling, how do you know who broke into the lorry? What, aren't we allowed to say? Wow. It's not rotor science. If it's not you, then who's running drugs? Isn't it obvious? Okay, he's just telling me bullshit. No, it's Ruby running the ring like Titus alluded, but play it long, find out what everyone knows. South of here near the canal. Alright, let's head south. This is not the way to get south. Hey, like the pig. Yeah, me too. Me too. Part of me's happy they're gone. Part of me's sad to see them go.
The shine on those sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Oh yeah, that's the sneakers I can't buy.
You
Is
keep
there anything
coming
else
back.
here?
That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
Okay, nothing else to buy, so let's talk to him. Also, hey, Kukage. See a Samaritan street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool.
He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air. You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout of brewing. Whip him out.
Don't shoot, officer. Have we got an arrest here, or just a shakedown?
Even better. It's like a shakedown, but somehow legal. This is civil asset forfeiture.
You're threatening my inviolable property rights?
He inhales dramatically, then simmers
Good joke,
down.
officer. You're very funny. You know that?
Yeah, I'm funny. This isn't civil forfeiture. I just want to ask some questions.
Fire away, officer.
Thought gained finger pistols. Oh, God. Persuade him to give me some money. Shit. You, I want your money now. Oh, okay. But why, officer? I don't know. It's the only thing I could come up with. Yes, money is very important. Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job. Sorry, detective. So, what's your stance on drugs? Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course, in which case drugs are excellent. He kisses his fingers. Tasty, tasty drugs. I'm super into drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale, or at my home, or on my person. We're looking for a lorry driver who is transporting drugs. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all, but, he points to the goods, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire, yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry. Who said that? It's that fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater. So you admit that you're a lorry driver? No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too, a little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Stop squirming. What do you know? Nothing, I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd. And what crowd is that? Crowd, you know, the drug crowd. No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
There's more here. He's afraid of that crowd. Whoever they are, more than he is afraid of the racist lorrymen.
It wasn't some drug crowd. You know who they are. Tell me. Shush, please. He looks around, then lowers his voice. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. Spent 15 years working my way up. Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it. If you don't want to get into this mess, you have to give us a reason to move on. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. There you go, a witness corroborating evidence. It's Ruby. Is the lady driver the old woman back there? I don't know, maybe? If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved, I told you. No, it's still Ruby. Interesting that he doesn't seem aware of her existence, though. Could her name be Ruby? I don't know. I told you I don't know her name. Who are these other drivers? All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool? I really want us to be cool. Who exactly is talking about this lady driver? The racist or the other one with the tattoos? All of them. Even the ones who've left. Okay, we're cool. Now give me some money. Nice. Start with a little compliment. Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force? Oh, okay. But why, officer? Think of it as an investment. An investment? What kind of investment? My risk-reward ratio is insane. I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking here? 10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man. He takes a 10 note from the leather pouch. Where are you from? Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol. Sounds good. Back to business. I'll look around. All right, something happened here. Did we level up? No, finger pistols. You were promised a gun. That much is certain. This is why you became a cop. Yet here you are, loitering around with idle hands like some sorry-ass loser from the street. Suddenly you're supposed to be solving cases by what, like talking to people? How are they going to believe that you can protect yourself and them from savages without a firearm? This ain't right. You need to think around this problem. And you need to snap your fingers at people as you do. I agree. Okay. So before our drugs wear off, we need to... What do we talk to this guy again?
Still here, stuck in this.
I heard that
damn
one of the
jam.
drivers is a woman, but I don't
What's
think
up?
she's here. Do you know this lady driver? I don't want to talk about that. This guy knows Ruby, no doubt. Just play dumb. I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She may be involved in the drug business. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker, and I don't know where she is. What does she look like? A youngish woman, gruff, but in a cool way. What color hair? Blue and violet, dyed. It was violet when she got here, but blue before she went. Then she may have dyed it again. Maybe she dyed it red? Titus said Ruby's hair is red. Who is she to you? A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. Someone I don't want to rat out to the law. What's her name? Thank God I don't know. People call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. I asked you who's conducting the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do. I didn't, man. I told you. I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it. He still is. Hoping.
It's true. We would have caught a lie, but a kind heart is tricky.
Bah, emotional rhetoric. He knew something he didn't share. That's a fact. How's she troubled? She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over and you're looking for a way out. She shared this with you? Yes, which is why I don't want to snitch on her. She's told everyone's afraid of her. I heard the rumors. Saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life, but I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her. Did she leave her lorry behind? Fuck, man. Go grill someone else. There are plenty of drivers who couldn't stand her or were afraid. They'd be more than happy. He's right. There are other options. Gray-haired woman, maybe she knows. This guy says they're friends, then acquaintances. And he's okay with others ratting her out. Push Tommy and it will break his heart. Now's not the time. You need that info.
It's right here. The answer is right here. You just need to ask him. Come on, do it.
Something breaks and he stares into your eyes. The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own ends. Remember, you're doing it for a bigger investigation. This is important. Relax. Ask. Where is the lady driver? Here. He takes a key ring, then looks at it before giving it to you. Her lorry is still here, down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know. When did she leave? Last Friday. His eyes half empty now. Why did you have the keys? She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise, the other drivers would have to tow it or break in. If they break in, would they find something hidden inside? Anything else, like where she is now? No, I don't know. I'm sorry. I bet you are. And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person. His last line, his revenge on the world. Let's go, Kim. Oh, poor Tommy. I liked him. I still do. He just doesn't like us anymore. Alright, green lorry. Here we are. The green FALN AZ Contemporane is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days. Unlock the door. You push the key into the lock and it makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just open it. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. Hey, Demon Slayer. Yep, we got rid of the beard. We got a new little place. It's a nice little shack. It gave us the option to shave. And we took it. We took it hard. Admire the posters. There are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. Study the centerfold. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you, a longing even, perhaps, and gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put a finger on whom, exactly? This is Tip Tijan, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death. She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world and the camera, too. The actresses and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard. Examine the, check the pedals. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like a few tools lying around here. A hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench have been casually thrown there by a disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip. Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to their throttle. Sandpaper, a novel technique. The sandpaper would also rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole. Yes, he likes where this is going. Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself. One of the footprints at the crime scene had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other, which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. The lieutenant's eyes light up behind his prescription lenses. So Ruby really is running a complex operation out of her lorry. At least we can now ask Titus some concrete questions about it. Pull out the box. It's empty except for a folded newspaper. Unfold it. It's an issue of the news from last Wednesday. Piece of paper falls out. Pick up the note. Looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the ULAN frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache. The ULAN frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but... Push it up. Examine the radio. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver. Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. Why would anyone need so many stations? For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. He flicks a switch on the radio. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we're dealing with an impressive organizational tool, the nerve center of a huge operation, with quite the range, too. Doesn't look like there's anything we can do. It's completely inoperable without the key. What else is there? Close the door. Alright.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim? Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. This means it's well-funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it. I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed. Or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station. A worrying prospect.
And last but not least, it's Ruby's cabin we found. This is an undeniable connection to the Union. The Union really is neck deep with everything here. One way or another, they seem to be, logistically, if nothing else. But don't expect to bust this thing open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition. What about the movie posters? As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
A lot of women in there. For a lady driver. You know what I'm thinking.
Just speaking my electrochemical mind.
Yes, well, unimportant. Will the RCM open an investigation? We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we're done for the day, I'll call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later when we're done here. We do not want to get caught in that. What are you thinking? The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if Madre grouping is involved. I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. Corruption? He nods. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone. Debrief over? Debrief over. Okay. So that's the lorry drivers. Now we can get Gart to let us sing. Oh, and we can tell her that her husband's on his way.
Oh, hello.
I ran into your husband.
There you are again.
The old woman clasps her hands together over a blanket.
Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned?
He's fine, ma'am. As we suspected, he couldn't get back because the water lock was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes, that's my moral. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
Can I help you?
Gart, I found a new bird for the whirling. What is this thing? He takes the stuffed bird. I wanted to apologize for breaking the squaw by bringing you this ruffed grouse. Okay. He inspects the bird somewhat suspiciously, then mellows. Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fit it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. He hesitates, so I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you. People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here. You'll live till 90. Or you'll get a heart attack from running.
I feel good about our work here today, the lieutenant nods. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals. It's not actually about that, but he liked it. Guard, I need to sing karaoke now. No, you don't. It's not happening. He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man. This is my way of apologizing for the trouble I've caused. Please let me say I'm sorry. By causing more trouble, I think we're good. Yeah, but Johnny Law's about to tear it up sad style. The whirling doesn't need more sad style. It's one of the styles it can do without right now. It's part of my quest of self-discovery. Help me. The whirling's not a charity or a musical therapy clinic. It's a commercial establishment. You're going to scare away the customers. Why do you even have the system? It's for the... He begins confidently, but then stumbles. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44. What happened at 44? A lot of people got killed because some asshole wanted to sing karaoke. I know it's used. Okay, yeah, it's for some clients, he admits reluctantly. I'm a real client. I've paid my bills and I have the right to use it. Huh, well. Comes up with a counter-argument. We don't have any tapes. They all got stolen. He's lying. But whatever, you don't really need his lame tracks. It's alright. I have my own song with me. The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape. He begins to frown hard. Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. He shakes the tape at you. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine. Oh yeah. Time to do the damage. Hold on. We're not ready. We're not ready for this performance. All right. Now we are ready. I think. Hold on. Close-wise. Could we have any better drama? We're about to do the drama check of all drama checks. We're about to sing. No, I think we are maxed out on our drama. Stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady, suddenly. So are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn it on. Look, Kim, I'm gonna sing karaoke. I can see that. The lieutenant steps away, ready for your performance. Look around the room. The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But you still feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse. You're sweating. They're going to hate you. Test the microphone. Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Double fucking sixes! Ah! The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there.
This is amazing.
The smallest church in Saint-San. Though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there, down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there.
This does feel
in
like
that
it should
tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone.
All alone.
None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
That was amazing. Ancient reptilian brain. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, also, thanks. And hello to Brazil. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's good to see you.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there.
That was really cool. I like the,
but now you are all alone, or no, just alone.
That was very good. That was very good.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Thank you, ancient reptilian brain.
There is silence now in the deep where the voice came from. It has receded to return only in dreams and nightmares. This guy really carried you.
I'd like to dedicate this song to the pale nothing that will devour the world. The microphone amplifies your voice in an uncomfortable manner. Someone coughs. Most people have gone back to talking. Good, good. The manager intervenes to cut the moment short. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now. Last words. Say nothing. Leave enigmatically. Fuck yeah.
Mikey W. Goodman did the reptilian brain. Limbic system.
The spinal cord, which I don't think we've interacted with yet, and some NPCs. So there you go. Mikey W. Goodman. Good shit, man. Also, for the rest of us, I think, as was mentioned, that felt like an ending, right? And I think, what better place to end than here? Sure, there's more police work to do. Sure. But I think that's a satisfying place to end. And so, we shall.